dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them.
Hey guys, how you doing? Paranormal Roundtable here. Oh boy, tonight we got open lines. Open lines. Kind of scary, man. You never know what's going to happen, right? You never know. It's going to be no, it's not scary, dude. It's not scary at all, dude. Just trying to be dramatic, trying to make it sound like something. You never know what could happen, man. It's kind of a campy.
Anything is possible.
That's kind of a campy gimmick. Hey, man, tune in for open lines where, you know, people are effed up.
I'm going to go ahead and paste the link to join.
People are wacky. Yeah, post that link in there. Whoever wants to jump on and be a part of the show.
Hang on.
Come be immortalized on Paranormal Roundtable. We're important people. Everybody watched the show last night. Pretty crazy. So I was reading through a story. What's going on?
This mic's not coming in, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, goodness.
Okay.
Don't waste my time with such nonsense.
So, earlier today, I was reading through some stories, and I got one that was pretty crazy. So I thought about that, you know, maybe starting off with this one, and then I wrote down a note for it. You know how I'll do the note, whatever.
Yeah, quick notes.
Went to sleep because it was a long. We didn't get to bed till late. I mean, we had a lot going on, and then I went to sleep, and then I wake up and I couldn't find the note, and I can't remember the freaking what it was. So I started going through, and I looked, and I found another story that was pretty good, and I thought, well, what is this? You know, but you know, I don't know. I can't. And for the life of me, all day long, I've been sitting there trying to remember that story, and I was like, and the thing is, it's like my whole mind just went blank. I can't even remember who sent it. I can't even remember if it was a guy or a girl. I can't remember anything about it. So like when I did it, when I wrote the note down, like I can't find it. Did I even really do that, or was I just so delirious?
Maybe you were dreaming.
Yeah, maybe I was just. I don't know.
Maybe there was never a story at all.
Just well, there's some stories.
Hallucinated.
Look at the phone. You can see they're there. You just go and look at the stories, like on the. Just going into the email here. You got people talking about the giant of Kandahar.
Yeah, a lot of people like that subject.
Mm-hmm. And somebody sent me a giant story. That one's pretty good. That one's pretty intriguing. This one happened Vancouver Island. It was pretty interesting.
I really like that book, Solomon Island Mysteries. And that was a good book.
I saw somebody posting something about that the other day.
Yeah.
They were posting it.
I don't even think it's in print anymore. You can't find it anywhere. And if you do, you're going to be paying like over $100 for it.
And then this guy's this is that one I just got yesterday. Is another one who wanted to know what he had seen.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I mean, what?
2 sets of orange eyes. That one. It was a guy and his friend Kristen.
2 sets of eyes or 2 eyes?
Yeah, 2 sets of orange eyes.
Oh, yeah.
And this other guy claimed that he saw a bear man in Spain. Weird. Where's Starscream at? Is he showing up or whatever?
Yeah. He just said he had to take care of some things at the house. You just winding
Okay.
down.
I saw Tom jump in. He was gonna Tom Franklin. I don't know what happened, if he jumped back out or what. I just looked down and I saw Tom. Tom, you're welcome to join if you want.
You're probably just having internet problems.
And I got a message from Aaron Deese. Had a conversation. Let's change this banner here. Had a conversation today with Lyle. We're happy to announce that we've managed to get his hot sauce into a couple different places now, and so that's good.
Yeah, they're gonna love
Especially
it there.
considering I like his hot sauce.
His hot sauce actually.
If you have something that you want us to peddle, your wares, we don't mind peddling. We'll peddle your wares.
Well, it's got to be good.
Well,
Can't
we
be crap.
require free items. So.
It's got to be. It's got to be good. That's such a weird name. The word to call your peddling your goods.
No.
Sounds like you're being talked down to. Whatever.
God, Debbie Cawthorne says the Solomon Island Mysteries is $528 on Amazon.
Wow, we had 2 copies of it too.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I have that in John Bankhead's stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let me get the
Hello?
headphones.
Hello,
Always
you guys
forget.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is this Sean?
That is correct, Josh.
You sound like you're from somewhere else. Where are you from?
I'm from Alberta. I've lived here my entire life. Funny, only person in my family who sounds like this. It's what they call a form of a speech impediment, but it sounds like
Oh, okay, yes.
yeah. I've sounded like this my entire life. I've lived here my entire life too. I've never been outside of pretty much Western Canada.
Oh God, you've been trapped in Western Canada all this time.
Oh man.
Yeah.
We can help you guys.
Is that part of the horror story that you're going to tell us? He just says, "I'm trapped in Canada," and we're like, "No!" And the audience is like, and then that's it. Just he goes away. Then for years, people are asking me, "What happened to that guy from Canada?"
He's like
still trapped.
he's like a Western version of a North Korean. Trying to get out.
Yeah,
Instead of the Hermit Kingdom, it's just like the kingdom.
yeah, right.
It's just there.
Stuck in Alberta.
Psyche Awakens says, "I predicted Josh would wear an X-Men shirt tonight." Show us where you predicted this, Psyche, and we will send you a Paranormal Roundtable shirt if you can show us proof of this.
We got to get you in on some sports betting then.
Yeah. How are the Raiders going to do on opening night? Tell me that. How about the Bucks?
Oh no, better yet, stocks.
Yeah.
How are the ping pong players?
Let's
doing?
start with something light. Okay. Are the Astros going to win tomorrow? You can guess that's probably no.
Yeah.
He's like, no. Wow, this guy's really is the Oracle. Yeah. So, Sean, do you want to let us lead us in? Tell us what you got to tell us.
Well, I've been dwelling over the week, and so what I can do is I have so much I can talk about. So, and I do not want to hold up the time for other people who come in as well. So, I think I can split some things down and just talk about certain sections of my experiences. And then if people don't come on, I can talk about more. If people do, then I can halt at a point and make it easier for other people. So I thought I'd give you a bit of a list of ideas and then let yourselves and the show decide what they'd like me to talk about.
Okay, hang on one second. Let me bring here. Hey, Area
Hey, how's
Trans.
it going?
So Sean is on right now, but we'll go ahead and bring you on too. That way you won't be sitting there like you're not being noticed. And Sean, you can tell what you got to tell, and Area Trans, you can co-host with us
That'd be cool.
Awesome.
until we get in Sean's stories. if you haven't been listening, Trance, Sean is trapped. He's trapped in Canada. It's a horrific story so far.
Western Canada. To be
Sorry.
Yeah, we're feeling really scared for him right now.
Yeah, there's no
know.
cryptids. He's just there.
He's just there.
I can't
The
find any
Canadian
food.
government is terrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying. It's
It's its own cryptid.
yeah.
Yeah, I would
Apparently
agree with
it gets
that. I
worse
would absolutely
from
agree with
here.
that.
Is what's his name? Castro's son still in charge up there?
Oh yeah. We're
Oh, wow.
hoping he'll be gone in this election, but
Kim Jong Trudeau.
yeah, pretty much. It's
Yeah, he's horrible.
yep. It's a lot of people are suffering here. It's
Oh my gosh, it's
Mhm.
terrible. Jeez Louise. Okay, so go ahead and let's tell us what you got to tell us, Sean. What do you got going on? And we'll all pass judgment, Trance. That's what we do here. We pass judgment.
That's
The
judgment.
council will decide.
The council will decide whether or not we believe you.
all right. So I could go along in this from experiences from my kind of last left off because everything kind of interconnects. Well, again, I could do it in sections. I could talk about just my experience out in the forests and the mountains at provincial parks. I could talk about stuff that's appeared around my home, but some of the stuff's interconnected. I can also talk about 2 UFO sightings I've had that were very recent.
Were you abducted by those UFOs?
Thank God, no.
No, we don't want to talk about it. We don't. Care.
Boring.
Boring. I
Slowing down
get
the
10
show.
of those a day.
They were
Go
really
ahead.
cool.
No,
Yeah.
whatever you want to talk about. It's open lines. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start up with the 2 UFO ones.
Okay.
So one was 2 summers ago.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm driving back from this one's really quick. I was driving back from a restaurant at night. It was about 8 p.m. It's already dark out. And this is a theme you can hear probably with a lot of my other experiences. Something directed me just to look above my car. I was coming around the block and I see a silver craft and it's only just barely lit up by the street lights. And what's very interesting, but it's just the bottom orb. I couldn't see anything above. It was still too dark. It had, those Celtic spirals?
Oh,
See
yeah.
the Celt-
Oh yeah.
It had that on the freaking bottom of this thing. But it was a very quick, like 2 seconds, just fly above me and then
Whoa, that's
disappear.
weird.
And it was right above my car and just flew over my head.
You got
Like-
my attention.
Yeah, like it purposely wanted me to see it.
Like were the lights in the shape of the spiral, or they were
It was
just
no
like
lights. It was just a reflection from the street light that was
Uh-huh.
near my house. This is right near my house. This thing was. So it followed me in the car because I saw what happened was I left the parking lot and I saw this light hovering in the distance and it was moving at a kind of a quick pattern. So it's obviously not a helicopter. It's not a plane. Maybe a drone, but at the same time, just how bright it was, how it was moving. I'm like, I don't know, that'd be very odd for someone to fly a drone this late at night doing that, right? And as soon as I noticed it, it kind of just disappeared. And then I drove home, and then I saw this craft. No missing time, thank God. I got to my house, got to calm down. Nothing happened for the rest of the night. It was okay. But I was by myself that weekend at home.
Wow. Okay. So, and then you said you saw another one.
Yes. So if everyone remembers those forest fires we had the other summer, the ones that just absolutely terrible up in Canada, turned the sky red, even down to like New York. Oh,
hello?
yeah, I can hear you. Josh's camera went off.
I did.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
That was an accident.
all good. All good.
Go ahead. I can still hear you.
Yeah, okay, good. So this connects to a lot of other stuff, I think, long down things. I did some research about these ones. So have you heard of the black triangular UFO craft?
Oh yes,
Mhm.
Yeah.
black
Yeah.
triangles.
So I come out of a restaurant. This is on the east side of my city. And I'm looking, I see again this light moving around the red haze. And I've been listening to David Paulides during this time quite a bit, his missing 411 cases about UFOs. And I just sat there looking at him, I'm like, that's a UFO, right? And then as soon as I like kind of recognize it, it vanishes again. The thing just instantly vanishes. So I get in my car and I drive. It's probably about 40 meters to the edge of the parking lot. And I stop. And again, this is really weird because I've encountered other stuff and I get the same kind of like almost like a guiding sense take over me. It's really hard to explain. I've had this happen several times now. And it guided me to look to my left and up of my vehicle. And there is a coming over my head, straight clear line, no drifting, no nothing. It's a perfectly linear path right over my head. It's probably about like 5 meters above the 2-story building behind me. and it's flying over to my head and kind of stops to my left side and just stops there, so I can see it clearly. This thing is about the size of your average gym at a high school, right? At least in terms of just diameters, it's huge. And it's this big black triangular craft, and it just goes until I can fully see it, and then it stops.
They say that the the triangular craft, and this is what I've heard multiple times, that they are back engineered craft.
I've actually done a remote view on one of those.
Yeah.
By location. I'm not sure if it's biolocation. I've actually researched and had remote view kind of pings up with biolocation if you're doing it consciously towards an object, where it's more the term. And what I had seen is it has the triangular apparatus even on the inside, and there's this sort of set of halls towards a center, like a console. I get the idea that it can interact. When you look at this thing and it goes away, imagine the cloaking devices interacting with the apparatus of the human biofield, the aura, so to speak.
Well, that's kind of the So I did research. What happened left at that, so the research kind of did after. I just said in my mind, I said, "Hello there, hope you're doing well. Please don't abduct me." And I'm kind of panicked. And then I see there's a white truck coming down the road that's right near this thing. The driver of the truck seems to have absolute no awareness this thing is there. He's just driving forward like it's a normal day. And it's only me and then that other vehicle on the road. So I kind of panic at this point. I put my car in drive and I turn right and I speed up. And I noticed I could escape this thing if they wanted me. But I just drive off. I stop by a gas station the other side. Nothing's there. Calm myself down. I go home and I do some research. I've only heard 2 stories about people being abducted after they've seen this type of craft. And I've actually found a video on YouTube on the internet, a photo at least, of one of these things, the exact same looking one. But the people who talk about being abducted, and it's Reddit, so it's not completely reliable, but it's 2 different separate reports.
Wait, whoa! Reddit's not reliable. They talk crap about me on there all the time. You mean what they're saying about me on there is not true? I'm not a poo poo caca head.
Getting all my
Everyone knows
information.
that Reddit is where you go to talk to the smart
I'm
people.
not a communist, Nazi, whatever. What am I? A Satanist, communist, Nazi?
I mean,
I'm not
honestly,
that.
you're kind of being foolish for even doubting the people on Reddit.
I mean, anything on the internet's got to be true.
Yeah.
They can't put it on there.
It's all
It's like
true. Every
television.
bit of it. Every
Yeah,
contradictory
exactly.
statement.
Yeah,
It's all true.
it's all been researched. Everything. They have fact checkers for this kind of thing. Right?
Yeah.
It's like Facebook.
It's got better
Trust
trust
the science.
Wikipedia.
Yeah. We've heard that saying up
Right.
here in Canada all the time.
Okay, so I want to say something real quick. There's Tom. Tom, I'm going to put him on here. What's up, Tom? You going to join
What's
us?
up? Yeah, man. How's it going?
It's going good, man. It's going good. So, Sean, I want to say something. This back engineered craft thing. I had a friend who used to do security at Area 51. Now, he was in the military or at Nellis Air Force Base. He was in a garrison. There was a Marine garrison there. And he worked there doing security, and he worked at the casino doing security. So couldn't have been that, much secrecy or whatever. But he flat out said that he'd seen triangular craft fly over his area. He was on the perimeter. He wasn't inside the facility. He would let the vehicles in, whatever. But he claimed to have seen test craft, which is what they said was test craft, and they were triangular, in shape. But he believed that they were, back engineered. Yeah, from alien technology. That was his theory. But the guy talked a lot of crazy stuff. When you're up at night, and you're on crank for days, stuff happens. You start.
And that's definitely right.
We've all been.
I got a story about seeing one of these dogmen on a roof, if you want to hear that one.
Yeah, go ahead. You throw that one out, and then Sean, we'll go back to you. We'll just go around the horn here.
Yeah, it was one night, me and one of my buddies, I'm not going to name him, we were just teens at the time. We decided, and I'm actually living in the same town, pretty much 0.2 of a mile from the same building now. Kind of funny how I moved this area. We decided, since we were in the countryside, to go down to this town here on our bikes. It wasn't too far, probably 5-mile ride downhill. And we went to this town. We got up. There was a building we wanted to climb to the top of because it was about to be under construction. It's a hotel now. But we got up to this building, took one of the we knew how to climb roofs and all. Big into urban exploration, getting to the higher points. And this town isn't too big, but we wanted to get. It was pretty much is the tallest building in this town, even at this point. We got up to the lower section of another roof that's adjacent, and saw. This is when he walked up to there's a hole in the roof at this point in time. You can actually still see it if you go back on Google Earth satellite view. You'll see it's on the roof for a long time.
Huh.
And he said it was a 13-foot tall, I want to say, being in there. Probably he called it a lichen. He said there was a distinction between werewolf and lichen. So we'd seen that. And I thought he was messing with me or something because he always talked about this. I was kind of a doubter. But then I'm looking behind him and I see this being. I'll show what it was doing. It was like a wrestler stance. So it was just like this. It had gone around, was going to run at us at that point. Let's sit on.
And you saw it too? You said it was how tall?
Well, this was the one behind him. He saw something in this hole. He's standing facing me. And this being, it has to be like back behind him. So this one's probably 7 foot, but it's crouched down, so it's about my height as I stand now. I mean, when it's crouching, so it's pretty tall. It was like looking at Vanta Black was the color of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
And yet I went to run around the corner. So that's when he ran towards me and I started monitoring this corner, and we just got down from the roof. Didn't see him the rest of the night. It was pretty interesting.
So Dogman in construction. Interesting.
Yeah. You know what's crazy though is we get a lot of stories about Dogman in construction, and only because I mean, like, I told a story from. Remember that guy Jaime?
Mm-hmm.
He used to work with us over in Colorado. Colorado, but anyway, he had an incident that happened to him up in Childress, North Texas, and they were doing construction years ago. Because he told me this story back in like 2016. And I told it on DER. And so he said that when he was working about 10 years before that, so that would have been, 2006?
Yeah.
He went into a porta-john. I've told this story before. And he had something going around and around that porta-john and shaking it and moving it.
Oh.
And he was terrified to come out of it because he was always the first one on the site.
Mm-hmm.
But he'd always go across the site and go park by the light.
Yeah.
And so we asked him, we're like, why do you always sit over here right underneath this bright light? You know, because he's like, well, I like to come to work early, but I don't want to be in the dark. And so I kind of teased him. I said, are you afraid of the dark? And he goes, sometimes. And then like a week or two go by, and I asked the guy, I said, what? So why are you afraid of the dark? Because at that point, the construction foreman had told me that he had a weird incident because I told him about whatever was walking around my truck. And there was I didn't see anything, but I heard what sounded like footfall, like claws on pavement. And so we talked about it. And I said, well, look, I saw this thing when I was young, you know. And so he told me, he goes, you need to talk to Jaime. You know, so Jaime didn't actually see it, but he could smell it. It smelled like wet dog. And then he said that it was pushing on the porta-john, and it scared the crap out of him. And literally. And then he said that, eventually he ended up.
Tip it over, it would have scared the crap onto him.
Yeah, it did try to tip it over, but it didn't. Luckily, he got scared away by somebody else showing up eventually. And when he got outside of it, they saw these footprints, giant footprints. It had to have been on 2 legs. And he told me, you know, flat out, he goes, it's a cadejo. But I told him, nah, not cadejo, hombre lobo. And he says, yeah. And so, you know, he had an encounter with a Dogman. And then we've had, at least half a dozen security guards message us, considering that's what we do for a living. Not our guards, but, you know, the guy in Tennessee, in Knoxville, that one stands out. The thing ran up under his truck, and it lifted up his truck. And I think he said he had like a Nissan Frontier or something like that. It was a smaller truck, but it was enough to lift it up because it spider crawled under his truck. Scared the crap out of him. And that guy, he was trapped. The fence was locked with a padlock, with a chain.
Yeah.
So in order to get out, he would have had to get out of his truck.
Oh no.
And he was just sitting there stuck, dude. And he admitted to us, I'm not gonna say his name, but he admitted to us that he peed his pants because he was too scared to get out and pee. He had no bottle to pee in. He just pissed himself. I mean, I can imagine, 4 o'clock in the morning and you're there for another 2 hours and nobody's there. And then there was the guys that were clearing trees, a very famous case. The guy's name was Clint. But he wasn't like you, Sean. He wasn't from the great country of Canada. He was just up there hacking out trees, eh? And of course, he climbs up and tries to pull the window down. And then finally one of his guys behind him wakes up. And they have those big trucks that are the size of like, they're like the size of 2 semis.
Yeah.
And so he was radioing them and they weren't answering, if I remember correctly. And then finally, I don't know if that story's in the book or not. I don't remember. But then he ended up, they shot at it. And it didn't even like jump down and run. It just kind of sauntered off into the woods, like, okay, fine, I'll leave because you're going to shoot me, but I'm not going to run, That guy, I mean, when he was telling me that, he kept like hyperventilating, like he was.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was years ago when he told me that story. But, that happened up in Canada. That was in Alberta. No, not Alberta. Saskatchewan.
Yeah. There's tons of forests up in the northern region.
He was up there, and dude, I mean, there's been some scary stuff on these construction sites, and then most recently we got those 2 guys, they're Arabic dudes that had the story that happened to them in Katy, down in Katy, Texas. This was not that long ago, maybe a year or 2. It was during the pandemic, and one of them didn't have a vehicle, and this thing was so he was going in the house to hide from it as it walked around the property, because a lot of these sites they're built on the edge of nowhere. They're spreading out. They're building. It's encroaching on whatever, and so they're out there in the woods roaming around. What used to be woods is now habitation by people.
Yeah,
and so they're running across these things. And some of these things are hyper aggressive. So yeah, people see them. I know that there have been a ton of Bigfoot sightings on construction sites too. In the Northwest in particular. I know not too long ago I got one that was like outside of Sacramento. A Bigfoot, and this thing, it was sabotaging things, which we've heard of before. Kind of weird, man. Like they do weird stuff. Like this one guy left his truck there overnight, and it literally it looked like somebody had just smashed his truck down, and what could do that? I mean, it was a Ram 1500, and it just smashed it down. Like it was almost flattened, and the tires were bowed out, and he theorized that the Sasquatch were jumping up and down on it. Like you could see almost like the footprints,
Yeah.
They're probably aggressive because they're being like encroached upon in their area. They're used to being by themselves, and then all of a sudden, these trucks show up, and then they're going to do something like that. I mean, other animals will do that as well sometimes. So I mean, but nothing like that, of course. 1500, that takes a lot of force.
Oh yeah,
crush it like a tin can.
That would be. Thank you for that donation. Who was it that donated? Let me check here. Mickey G, thank you for those memberships, because tomorrow that's going to come in handy. And Matt, thank you for the donation. We appreciate it. We have been blessed to have really good people here at Paranormal Roundtable, good listeners. If anybody hasn't checked it out, go check out yesterday's
2 episodes.
2 episodes. We interviewed Marzulli.
Wow.
And then after Marzulli, we did a show.
One of those Elder Secret Society individuals at one point, if you want to hear some of what they were talking about to me. Actually wasn't too much of the cryptid types, but I did see a shadow being at one point too.
Okay. So Sean, let's do this. Sean, you tell another one of yours, and then we'll go back to Trance. Trance, do you want to be called Area Trance, or do you have a name?
James will work fine.
We'll call you James. All right, so James and Sean. So go ahead, Sean. Tell us another one. Let's see what you got here. We'll judge you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Tom, give them the thumbs up or down. Let them know.
I'm putting on the scales of awesomeness. We'll get it there, man.
Oh yes, glad to remain.
I'm judging Sean, if you notice. The hand of the Roman Legion.
Hey, scenes out.
So this one is. So it's kind of. It's hard to talk about because it is quite scary because it happened right at the back door of my house.
Oh, good. We hope that it was scary. Go ahead. Not for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're like, yeah, this guy had
you're terrified and
Trauma.
traumatized. Yes.
Well, I mean, that is what it is.
Licking our chops here.
I mean, that's what it is. Like
How can we make money off of you?
I felt bad. There was a lady that was telling me a story the other day, and her brother was. You could hear him in the background, and she was telling me the story, and she goes, "This one's terrifying," and I'm like, "Oh, good." And she's like. And her her brother starts laughing. He's like, "Oh, yay!" He's like, "A traumatic experience."
It would be so weird. It would be so weird. It would be so weird if it wasn't. He's just chilling in his backyard. And he's got the barbecue going, and he's like, "Look, honey, a Dogman."
I mean, we want to hear the trauma, But anyway, sorry about that. And Galactic President, I see you there. That has got to be. Is that Starscream? Because you got your Galactic President Superstar McAwesomeville over your face. It's over your face, Starscream. So I don't know.
Like our face.
Adjust the camera, dude.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Hey.
So we have a guy that looks like a serial killer. Well, Tom kind of does too. Tom and
I got it.
Starscream look
I got
like
it. I got the serial killer unpacked right down. I got everything good. I got my card and everything. We're good.
You got that look about you, man. Like, I'm still going to represent. Okay, I got to say something real quick here. I got corrected, and I want to say that Sheila Eveline. I want to say if she's in the live stream, she corrected me. I've been saying Hispaniola, which is actually that's the second largest island in the West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I should have known that, but I get that. And Hispania is actually the Iberian Peninsula. Sometimes I say Hispaniola. I don't know why I get those two, but I know what they are.
It shows we have the smartest listeners.
Well, yeah. And she corrected me. And Sheila, you know what she did? She did this. What did he say? What did he say? Okay. Oh,
Idiot!
You a dumbass.
Well, actually,
You just got.
Yeah, you got. You just got played. All right. And then she sent me that all excited. She's like, "Yes, I got this dude," and everybody went crazy. Chris is once again with the Nazi Hindu cult dudes. I told you, the Nazi Hindu, communist satanic dues are more than $5. I don't know why you keep giving me the $5.
We're going for an eyes wide shut type aesthetic here. And
Chris is on a payment plan. He's on the payment plan. We're gonna let
He's
him.
on a layaway plan.
We're gonna let him make it. He's laying away the.
He's got his robes on layaway.
You're not gonna get your robe, man. And we're racist too. So the robe has to be white, but it also has to be blacks because you're evil. You're like satanic and racist, and you're all those bad things. So how do we do that? We got to come up with a really offensive robe.
Yeah.
Right. Take all of the good causes, the Red Cross, St. Jude, and put a slash through them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
ASPCA.
Yeah. Just put like a big Ghostbuster symbol in the middle.
Or just the ghost. We're just down with the ghost.
Yeah.
We want them to scare you and trauma you so that we can talk about it. Mm-hmm. So, Sean, go ahead and tell us something spooky here. Let's see what we got here.
So, there's two that are really bad. This one is one I think I'll say first. So, I've been dealing with it probably over about a year and a half, almost 2 years of ever since I'm out in the forest and looking at stuff, even out in the prairies. I've been pretty damn sure they've been visiting around my home at night, particularly around 2:30 in the morning, 3 in the morning. They seem to be appearing, right? Like I would hear sounds, things like that. I had a metal swing set we have outside. This thing's heavy. You have to take a part of it off and then move it with 2 people. And when I was walking back in, and I heard just a scrape on my deck, like something grabbed and pulled it on the deck. And we went up, and I didn't go out to see. I'm like, nope, I don't need to see this thing out there. I'm just going to bed. Went out the next morning and looked, and it was about like 6 inches moved on the deck. But that's not the scary part. I had one thing that happened before this one, but I'll tell this one first. So I went upstairs to look, and all I'm doing is going up my stairs. I'm looking to the left of my stairs. Right, I'm in the basement. I kind of rent out the basement, and I'm looking at the back door. Thankfully, it's pretty new, pretty heavy set door. It's got a tinted window on the top. It's about 2 feet, 2.5 feet across. And they're staring at me. This is about 2:30 in the morning. Are 2 glowing eyes, about a foot across from each other, staring at me through this window. And I'm probably about, I would say 4 meters away. 4 meters away from this window. And I'm sitting there, I'm just in disbelief, right? A little bit. Even though everything I've experienced at this point, I'm just disbelief this is something physical this close to my door. So I'm sitting there for a moment. I'm kind of moving, trying to think, is that the light reflection from the street? That's impossible. There's no way I would have seen this tons of times, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm just going, okay. So I'm going to kind of say in a low tone voice and see how this responds to me. So I heard another show about these things. Someone got a DNA sample from them, and they said it was like wolf DNA and human DNA. If you mix it together and then massively mutated it, that's what they got the result from a DNA test place, right? It's like, okay, let's test if that's real. So I say to them, that's what we've got from a sample from one of your kind. Is that true? And then what happened was just a constant tapping on the side window that's at the kitchen. And it's loud, and it's caused a single tapping, which I'm assuming is one of its claws. And I'm sitting this kind of disbelief, a little bit more shaking every moment. This went on for probably about 2 minutes. And I'm taking one step to the left, and I'm looking, I'm going, what the? I'm not going to try not to swear on your show, right? But I'm just
No,
going,
go ahead. It doesn't matter. We don't care. I don't mind being demonetized. It's okay. It's only money. It's
I'm just
We'll just charge you in the swear jar.
Yeah.
Just do all the things you want to do.
My wallet out.
But because this is before I became Christian, right? So I had no means to defend myself, and I'm just sitting there. I'm pretty scared, and I'm convinced this is. You talk about the cults and stuff. That this is a werewolf, one of these cult members. And why I say why, it's because all of a sudden the kitchen countertop in my house, a loud crack on it, so loud it made me almost jump out of my skin. Right? It was so. I'm surprised it didn't wake up anyone else in the house. There was only like 2 other people in the house at the time, and it made me almost jump out of my skin in fear. Then I bought it up. I said, "It's all right," and I just shot down the stairs, away from the scene. I shot back downstairs, closed the door in my room, and just sat in bed all night. I was just terrified, and it did stop once I went downstairs. It just stopped, but I assumed it was still around. But I sat there the entire night and just listened, and it's just dead silent around my house the entire night. Usually be birds chirping at that time too.
So you think it was in the house with you?
No, I think what he talked about, these, they call them the others, which we know as demons, an attachment, and he talked about they can come into the house as in a spiritual form. So I think what was attached to it had come into the house to my kitchen and hit the countertop, trying to say, "Yeah, we're here. Like, we're not playing around with you. We're here."
Oh wow!
So it's fucking with me. And that's after the previous experience I had before, which I don't know if you want me to share. It's just as bad. I would say even worse because it was in my bedroom.
Sure. I think that would be fine. Sure.
Okay, so this happened.
Okay, well, Tom's not in charge, so.
Yeah.
No, I did say I think.
I'm just saying. Sure, go ahead.
Hey, we can start calling.
I say sure, okay?
We can start calling Tom Starscream now.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Well, Starscream, he's going to take your name, Galactic President, Superstar.
Yeah. McAwesome. What is that?
Dr. Professor.
Starscream. Is it okay if Tom is the new Starscream now? Well, we're going to do all the things that he wants.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Starscream has spoken. He says, "You go ahead, Decepticon. You're in charge. Go ahead."
Oh.
All right, Sean. We're gonna let you roll with it because the new Starscream said so. He's the action figure with the little crown and the cape on. That's that one.
Yeah.
The coronation.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Sean.
Okay, so this led to quite a bit shaking. Oh, hang on, we got another guy.
What's up, Kramer? Are you the one that's giving me the $5 layaway plan?
Hey, you know what? Make some better content. Maybe I'll boost the amount, man. I don't want to get blamed for all that.
My content is subpar. Everyone knows that. Okay.
I have
on the
high
sympathy of others.
expectations for you,
You
Bull.
know how much work is put into making a decent show?
Not much.
Not much.
Not much.
We try our best to make a bad one.
We just sit up
Ask
here and
Tom.
talk.
What's up, Chris? What's up, buddy?
Ask the Eye of Jupiter. He'll tell you how high budget it is.
The Eye of Jupiter. He's only got
I
one
know.
eye.
It
He lost
sounds
the other
so
one at
distinct.
Thermopylae.
I think we had about 7 views the other day.
We did
What
well.
happened? Y'all were on the Eye of Jupiter show or what? What happened?
Tough crowd.
He
Tom's
came
my
on a
boy,
little
man.
late. He came on a
I'm
little
actually
late.
going down. I'm actually going down to hang out with him in September for a little bit, man. It's gonna be fun.
I'm sorry. It's going to be horrible down there. It's so hot and gross. I mean, not
I'm
Tom.
staying in a
not Tom's
5-star
fault, but it's
resort
what
with
he
air
did.
conditioning.
I'm gross enough. I mean, come on.
You know what, though? I
Yeah,
can
you're
say
pretty
this.
foul.
If you had Chris on as a guest, I blame him for the low views. People were tweeting, hey, I have Jupiter. Oh, that's Chris Kramer.
And yet
He's
here
an
I
Eagles
am.
fan. Who the hell wants to hear that guy? Nobody wants to hear him. This guy's-
Which one of your boys was wearing all that cowboy regalia the other night? I got to have a word with him,
I
man.
don't know anything about that. I wasn't wearing cowboy regalia. What is that? What is that?
No, it was either
It's
Anthony
like,
or
So
Is that a
Here.
city slicker word there? Well, Starscream, you live up there by Dallas. Are you wearing cowboy regalia? No, he's not. He's just sitting there looking like one of the people from the what's that movie, House of a Thousand Corpses?
Oh, the Rob
Hey,
Zombie.
come here.
He's like Rob Zombie over here.
Hold on. I have my better half who just walked out to my office. This is Linda. Say hi. That's Josh Turner, Anthony Tony.
Hey, how you
I don't know
doing?
who else is in.
Hi,
Who
Linda.
else is in this thing? There's Tom.
Tom looks
down
like he's
in
got the
Mexico.
tiny
We're
hand
gonna go
going
visit.
on. What is that? Yeah. So I can.
He's not
I
an
can tell you
apparition.
this.
I actually do have a wife.
Well, there you go. At least you have somebody that keeps you in line a little bit. I mean, reins you in.
Never happened. She's cutting me loose. I'm actually heading out with the guys from the Arizona 4 tomorrow or Monday for 3 days up on the rim. Do a little
Oh wow!
do a little squash action. It's gonna
If
be
you know
fun.
what the rim is, guys, that's Grand Canyon, right? The Canyon rim?
Mogollon Rim.
Oh, okay.
The
I thought you were
Mogollon
going to
Rim
the
is-
Canyon
it's-
rim.
No. The Mogollon Rim's like the end of the Colorado shelf. It runs
Okay.
like about 100 miles from central Arizona out to New Mexico. It kind of joins up with the White Mountains. It's a really
Yeah.
active kind of a Bigfoot
But it's
area.
not
man.
as
Big time.
it's not as cool as the Grand Canyon, so it's whatever you.
Not as many tourists. More isolated. I love it better. I mean, the Grand Canyon's awesome. I mean, have you guys ever been there? Have you guys all been to the Grand Canyon?
I've been there.
So
You can't walk along that south rim and look at those
No,
eroded mountains and not say that those were not designed structures. You can't do that. I mean, the Temple of Sheba, some of those other ones. I mean, they have ramparts to them. There's entrances to them. I mean, a million people walk by that a year, and it blows my mind that nobody ever really scratches their head and say, "There's no way that was just naturally made." There's no.
and then
way.
areas where you're not allowed to go too. I mean, they're like, oh, you can't come here.
90% of the entire Canyon territory you're not allowed to access. You can't go there. Crazy, man. I'm getting down into that thing. You got to get a permit, and it's like a lottery to do a hike from like the north rim to the south rim. I've never done it. I was supposed to do it the year I cut my hand off, and so I haven't had a chance to go back and do it again. But go back and reboot that. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna try.
Wow.
I'm just popping in to be a pain in the butt, man.
Well, we know.
You're doing a good
I
job
have
of it.
nothing of value to offer.
Well, that's not true. I mean, comic relief being from Philly.
I do feel like I'm on the Brady Bunch right now.
What not to be.
Brady Bunch.
With all the
I'm
screens.
looking up. What
With
am I
all the
looking up
screens.
at here? I'm looking up at a tile that's about to fall. Do you see that? That's going to fall.
It's like
Eventually,
the
our equipment's
satanic
going to be
Brady
destroyed
Bunch.
because We can't get the tile.
No.
Watch, guys. Maybe during the show, maybe the tile will fall. We have a tile that's about to fall up here. That's what we got going on. So
I'm putting you on the spot, man. Are you going to do any type of a gathering this year, or is that completely off the table now?
No. It's become legal. We have sent cease and desist now to 4 different people.
Those codes drive me nuts, man. I hate that.
It was getting old, dude, and I'm getting tired of being called a kidnapper and everything else in the world from this lunatic, and so we had enough.
Bro, I don't know how you did it. I don't know how you haven't taken that to a different level.
It's being kicked into gear now because we have so much going on with these people that it just So Starscream, they drug you onto Reddit. Did you see that? They actually attacked Starscream on Reddit now. I think it was because of the show we did, Starscream, where we talked about our past a little bit,
Times.
I did not know. Was I on Reddit?
Yeah, you're on Reddit. Go look.
Famous,
it's horrible. They're talking bad about you. Very naughty.
You have haters. You made
We've always had haters, but these are in cyberspace now. Like, who gives a shit? Like,
you've got the secret weapon, though. You've got the stuff that Shade Viking throws up with his artistic talents. It keeps me entertained almost on a daily basis. That stuff is awesome.
Shade is he's into the 7 deadly sins because we were told that Shade was actually our leader. The Blondes and Booze, we were all shocked. We had to tell Boomer and Tex. I said, "Hey, Shade Viking is the leader." Who was it that said he was the leader? Somebody said, I'm not going to say her name, but the crazy cat lady up there by where you live, Starscream, she says that he is the leader of the Satanikists.
Who?
Nice. Shade, take that and run with it, babe. Hey, there's $4.99. I give you a penny more than that. I don't even want to hear that.
Hey, well, Sophie is contributing, right? And she's not aggravating me. Okay, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We're gonna let it ride here.
Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you for being polite, Tom. We're not used to that, but that's okay.
I'll give you.
So, Sean, what do you got going on? Tell us with these lunatics we got. Sean, tell us the story that's scary, and then we'll go back to you, Trance.
Sure. So, I have been reading a bit about your Shadow Hounds, your Hellhounds lore, mythology over the course of about 2 weeks.
Okay.
And I went to some people I was just chatting with, just talk about some of the stuff with, because it's kind of hard to deal with the stuff and have no one to talk to. It was a spiritual store. It's not open anymore. I stopped going there because I do believe there was, now being in Christianity properly, there was stuff monitoring that store, evil entities and such. I had a few senses from the times I'd come in there, but I was talking to them one night about it, about the Shadowhounds and all the strange stuff in Canada, in history, stuff in the States, stuff in your show. And then I go back home and I'm by myself for the weekend. I had the place to myself. I'm sitting in my bed and I just went to bed. So it was like 1 a.m. and I'm sitting in my bed. My bedroom's in the basement. The wall beside me where this happened is just the wall and then solid earth. There's no open spaces. There's nothing. And I'm sitting there. All of a sudden I hear clawing marks at the bottom corner of my floor, banister, clawing marks all the way up and then all the way back. And
you heard them, but you didn't see them, right?
I didn't see them, but I heard it clearly, like something's clawing at the other side of my wall, all along the banister, right from my head to the wall.
Make mine.
I already did. Wait.
Now I'll explain everything that happened, and I'll explain the very weirdness of my response. I was being guided by something else not to respond with absolute terror, which is what I would have done normally. But I hear this claw marks, and then instead of acting like, what the fuck is, and begin freaking out, so I swore, something that came over me and just calmly said, oh, it's a mouse, right? But I know that's not a mouse. A mouse can't do that. But something odd came over me and kind of just calmed me down and stopped me from freaking out. But then I roll over, right? I roll like, oh, I don't want to deal with this, right? I roll over and then sticking halfway out of the wall, right to my side, shadowy entity. The best way I could describe it, it kind of had goat-like ram horns, and I could see through where its eyes would be, like the eye sockets. And I had something else I saw before out in the prairies at Old Shop that was a wolf person that was see-through in parts, like it had partially manifested. But this thing's just sitting there and it's just looking at me. It's not attacking me. It's not trying, scare. It's just sitting there looking at me like like it's just like not expecting this or something, right? But it's there. I see it clear as day, blacker than anything else in my room. And it's sitting there looking at me, and then I audibly go,
We lose you.
and
there, Sean?
oh, yeah, I'm here. So something distracted me, but and then I just oddly, it's really strange, and I oddly just roll over. I go, well, I can't deal with this. There's nothing I can do about it, right? And I roll over, and then I instantly go to sleep. And it's incredibly strange because
so you saw a goat man, basically.
pretty much like shadowy entity.
Okay.
That's how I would describe it as. And
Yeah,
then how
actually, if you want that to be in a book, if you want to tell that story, Lyle Blackburn, I was just on the phone with him for like an hour today, and he's looking for Goatman stories. So if you would like to talk to him, send me your information on the email, please, and I can get you in touch with him.
Okay.
Also, Gil Sanchez, if you're listening, and Barbara, I'm not going to say her last name, but you know who you are. If you want to message me so I can send you over to him, because he is writing about it. I have a ton of Goatman stuff we did. We did one called Goatman Origins. Is that on our show, or was that the one we wasted with that?
No, it should be on
ours?
our
Okay.
pre-recorded episodes.
Yeah.
I saw some shadow in my room the other night that was crawling above me. Decided to take a picture and got this. It's a long exposure. It was very dark in the room.
Looks like a Slayer concert, but what do we got?
It does. It's actually, I should have a better one for the normal room, but there's a mass in this portion. We can kind of make out like it's a mass.
You need to send that to us through email, James, because that would be that because a lot of times these pictures we have so many pictures, but it's because of the AI thing. Everybody's like, that's fake.
Yeah,
I mean, I can take a picture of myself right now and they'd be like, it's fake. It doesn't matter.
I had it was actually right after I listened to your show on whichever one that was, where that guy had bought a black pyramid with the stone in the center.
Oh yeah.
It was after I listened to that, I was kind of, I'll be honest, I did this sort of ritual because I'm into that stuff. And I went to this sort of realm. It had a firmament. I actually made a representation of it by using two images overlapped. So I'll pull it up for in a little bit. It was like this realm, and it was this watery sea realm, just deep water. You can't see to the bottom completely. But I was swimming in it, and I stood up, but I was on the ceiling under the water. It was like you said in that episode, like a scrying mirror.
So we got a new guy here, Dollar Bill. What's up, Dollar Bill?
Sorry, I had to unmute.
Dollar Bill, y'all. There it is.
Hi.
So you just gonna go by Dollar, or we got a name we're gonna go by?
You can call me Dollar Bill. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Yeah, somebody mentioned up here. They said that they didn't believe that Dogman was a fallen angel. I don't either. I don't think they're fallen angels. I think that they are the genetic tampering of the fallen angels or their descendants. Because you got to remember, the fallen, not only did they themselves genetic tamper, but their children and their children's children continue to do it. I mean, I think the fourth generation in particular did a lot of work. And I have my reasons why I believe that. But and one day maybe I'll talk about that. But there was a lot of genetic tampering that went on and on and on. And I think that a lot of this stuff began with the war between Marduk and Tiamat.
Yeah.
And of course, it's in the Sumerian tablets, and everybody's like, "Well, we don't know if that's real or not. We don't know." But a book that that was based upon that, and then another book that was based upon that, we have all this faith in, which is kind of odd to me. If you're going to believe that, you should believe the other. But that's people's opinion. They get into it, whatever. I will say this: when it comes to the Old Testament, I am very on board with what LA was saying about the book of Daniel, because Daniel and Ezekiel, there's certain books that have a lot of profoundness to them, and of course, Psalms and Proverbs have a lot of wisdom. But I don't put a bunch of stock into like the first few. I mean, it's canon of the Jewish tradition, and some of the rabbis themselves have said that that's just a very small fraction of their library that was adopted. You know, and none of those books were really meant to be together. They don't put them together, you know, in their scrolls. They're not together. That was something that was done by the church.
Yeah.
Starscream, you're really freaking me out. You got this weird elf-like woman behind, and he just vanished.
Beautiful.
What is going on with that? Like,
And his skin is changing colors.
The Anunnaki over here, and you're blue.
I'll mess
Who
around
is
with
the who's the woman with the
Dragon
dragon behind you? Who's
Are you blue?
I-
Is it someone you know personally, or
I think it was one of my ex-girlfriends. She looks like a stripper. I don't know, man. y'all
This
got
is
me down
a
to
family show. Tom said so.
Y'all
And
got me
Tom's
down
in
to
charge. Tom, do something.
Yeah, I got me down to the rabbit
Hey,
hole. I had to go
hey,
find that
hey.
Reddit thread now, and I'm reading it. I'm like, do people actually have this much time to sit there and type?
They
this shit
do.
out?
And,
Hey, what the
and
hell?
the people that we've been having problems, they don't work.
no,
When you have to work and stuff, I wish they'd pick up a hobby like play video games or something. Somebody introduce them to Skyrim or something.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get
Play with
them to do
themselves.
something. You know, Fallout, Vegas, something.
The
I've
Witcher.
been called worse by better. I ain't worried.
I
About
mean,
Dig Dug.
I think they got a new Age of Empires. It's great. Go check it out. I wish I had time. If I had the time, I'd play Age of Empires all day. I was a second lieutenant on that game.
Yeah.
I was kicking ass all the time. Of course, I'm over there arguing with these teenagers.
Oh, when me and
they're
you
probably-
teamed up, no one could take us.
we were tearing up people,
Just-
man.
I mean, it was just nasty.
So we have a new idea, and Keem says he can execute it. We're gonna have a video game thing, and each one of us is gonna have a camera in our room, and we're just gonna be talking a bunch of crap. And I can't take full credit for it because Loki did it for like 5 years.
Yeah.
And made a bunch of money doing it, and of course, you know, Loki can do that, making money. He's like, dude, that's what you need to do. He was just doing that and selling CBD, the stuff you rub on yourself.
Mhm.
He was
Yeah,
making
yeah.
money hand over fist doing this. And I'm like, if you can make money doing that, I can play video games because I can talk just as much crap as him.
Yeah, anything I can do to not have to go into a corporate office would be great. Jenna wants to be a stay-at-home mom, so I bounced by the idea of me becoming like a porn star, but she said no. She shot that down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You know, I offered. I was going to take one for the team.
Well, you know, I figured, yeah, you would. There's a lot of hot guys out there now for you.
That's what I'm saying. Like catch.
I mean, hey, in this economy, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I mean, ask Tony. Tony's just whatever.
Well, with
Hey,
the
groceries are
inflation and all.
And Tony, with him and his proclivity to steal rims and things like that, you know, off of these rice burner cars. Tony,
I'm a criminal.
He's still doing rim jobs, so.
he's taking them. He's taking them.
Oh, my bad.
That doesn't sound better.
That
So
sounds
dollar bill. Let's get to you. What do you have? What's going on with you, man? We're calling you Dollar. We're gonna call you Dollar Bill.
On me.
There you go.
Oh, dollar bill. Yeah, this guy.
You got your thing muted. He said 1 second. He's in his vehicle, so I'm assuming that somebody made you go to your vehicle.
I'm at work.
Uh-oh. That's what you tell your boss, look, F off. I'm busy on PRT.
Yeah.
Then next week he's like, hey, you hiring?
Yeah.
We're
All
always
right.
hiring.
I turned down the radio.
Okay.
You might hear it in the background a little bit, but it's not going to be too bad.
Okay. All right. We'll let you make it. What do we got going
All
on
right.
here?
Well, what's up?
So tell us what you got going on.
Oh, me. You just want me to tell my story here?
Yeah.
All right.
Have you sent it in already? Have I told it before?
No.
Okay.
Well, when I was a small child, I encountered a lot of paranormal things as a kid. 2 houses, well, actually in every house I've ever lived in. I've lived in 3 houses my entire life, and each one has had substantial paranormal activity, including the one I live in right now.
So would you consider
I'm
yourself an experiencer, somebody who this happens to? Like, I mean, because there are people like that.
Mhm.
it's been about 20 years since the last time I've had anything happen to me.
Mhm.
But as a kid, it happened quite a bit. My first recollection or my memory of this happening was I'm from Northwest Ohio.
Mhm.
That's about all I'm going to give right there.
Yeah, you don't need to give locations or your full
Oh no,
name,
I'm not
really.
going to.
Yeah. We don't want
But
people
the
going
first
over
house
there.
the first house I lived in, I was 3 years old the first time this happened to me, and I was playing around upstairs, and I used to run into my parents' closet and hide in there, jump out and spook my mom. Well, I go into the closet and I turn around and there's a door in there in the closet.
Okay.
And I'm like,
Wow.
well, this is different. So, of course, being a dumb 3-year-old, I open the door and I see these stairs going up to another room. And this was not a dream. I was wide awake. I walk up the stairs and there's a chair and a table and a window. And I was on the top floor of the house already.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And I walk in there and there's a man sitting on the chair, kind of hunched over on the table. And I walk in and I'm right by the doorway. And he lifts his head up and looks at me and goes, "What are you doing in here?" And I turn around and run right back down those stairs. And I slam the door. And I went and ran to my mom, who had just came into the bathroom down the hall. And I told her, there's a man in your room. And of course, if there's somebody in the house that's not supposed to be there. So I said, "He's in your closet, and the door in your closet." She goes, "There's no door in my closet." Sure enough, when we went in there, there was no door. Absolutely no door.
When you're young, the younger you are, the pineal gland is less calcified.
Yeah.
So a lot of this imaginary stuff, it's not really imaginary.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah, we've covered some cases where the children are telling the parents what's going on, and then later the parents will catch glimpses of it.
Mm-hmm. The supposed imaginary friends.
Yeah. Well, my aunt is a clinical psychologist, and she worked with children for a long time, and she has said to us, many times that she thinks that these supposed imaginary things are actually they're seeing them, and then sometimes the parents can catch a glimpse. Now that brings us into question: is it a tulpa? Could it be something that the children are bringing into existence? And it depends on how strong that their ability is as a child. Are they an X-Men? Literally, there's children like that. But a lot of times it gets pushed out of them by parents constantly telling them and reaffirming that it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
That's
real.
pretty much what happened to me.
That and the diet, the
it's all
nutritional things. It's all
aluminum,
mind,
glyphosate,
microplastics,
microplastics, Wi-Fi, and of course you got lead, and you have fluoride. Those all work. They're all working toward destroying the pineal gland. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So so did something else happen to you about?
Yeah. When we
when
moved,
you were a child.
Yeah. When we moved from that house to another one, which was funny enough, one street up. Yeah, moved very far. My mom used to work for a company called Home Interiors. She would sell like pictures and stuff like that.
Hey, my mom used to work for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was having one of their parties, home interior parties, just there to like sell these stuff. And I'm sitting there, I'm probably 6 or 7 years old. So this is about 4 years later. And it was an old Victorian house that we lived in. It always is.
Yeah. It's always the Addams family houses.
And it was one of those shotgun hallway houses where you could, if you sat in one room, you could see every room going down the hall.
Okay.
And our stairwell had a door. And I'm sitting there on the couch, with all these older women around me, and I'm not caring. I'm sitting there eating chips. And I'm looking straight forward, and my parents had the lights off through the house. But all of a sudden, I seen these two black forms walking and slinking down the stairwell, coming out of the door. And one went around the corner into the kitchen, and the other one stopped, stared at me, and had these bright white eyes. I mean, they were just a black form, and it looked like two white lights looking right at me. And then it turned its head and then went right back around the corner again. And I'm thinking to myself, what was that? And I said, I stopped the party. I went, Mom, I seen two people coming down the stairs. And she looks, and I said, they went into the kitchen. So my dad got sent to the kitchen. He goes, nobody's there. You making up stories again? I'm like, And later on in life, I mean, when another thing happened to me at the house that we live in now, in this house that I'm currently living in, now I believe these other two were the ones coming down the stairs at the old house were demons. They had to have been. There was something or interdimensional whatever. But this one at the house that I live in now was a demon that I encountered. And I was laying in my bed, and this was in my room. I'm laying in my bed, and I woke up out of a deep sleep. And I mean, I was ping, like wide awake. You know how sometimes you wake up and you're just, boom.
Groggy.
Not groggy or anything.
No.
Yeah.
And I go and I look over, and I had a weight bench in my room. Typical teenager. This time I was a teenager. And I look up, and there's this thing crouched on the weight bench, staring at me with these two ruby red eyes, just staring at me.
Wanted a spot?
What's that?
He wanted you to spot him.
Oh yeah.
Me too.
You're trying to hit a new PR.
Yeah.
I do believe. Now I'm a man of faith, and I do believe this was God waking me up, going, "Hey, you better do something. There's something in your room." And of course, I close my eyes, and then it's still there, and I close my eyes, and I just start rebuking in the name of Jesus over and over and over again. And I look back up, it was gone.
Mm-hmm.
It went away. And maybe about 2 years later, I'm at the same room, and I look up, and this time it was not a demon that I saw. And for a while, I was scared to sleep in my room. And my parents were like, look, that thing is gone. At this point, they believed me about the demon. Because I was able to explain it a lot better to her, because, I'm older.
Yeah.
But this time, and I think this was just reinsurance from God that, hey, this thing's gone. You don't have to worry about it. An angel, I woke up in my room the same way as the last time. I look up, and there's this tall, blonde man in my room. And all he did was he looked at me, he smiled, and he went like this, and I fell back asleep.
Whoa.
And I woke up, and I felt like $1 million after that. And it was just reassurance like, hey, that thing that was in your house, it's gone now. You don't have to worry about it ever again. And that happened probably 20 years ago. And I haven't had any encounters paranormal since then.
Huh.
That's pretty much everything that I've ever encountered.
Do you think maybe the tall being with the blonde did it have blue eyes too? Did it look a specific way?
I didn't get a good look at his eyes. I mean, I think he was just there. God sent him to just reassure me, like, hey, everything's okay. I was sent here to watch over you.
Okay, that's the feeling that you got. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm here to watch over you. I'm protecting you. It was. I firmly believe this was my guardian angel that was with me.
Okay.
Has anyone ever heard of like the Nordics doing something like that? You've heard of the Nordic?
I've heard of the Nordics.
Yep,
Oh yeah. This was not a Nordic at all. This was an angel.
Okay.
This was an angel. He was really big. He was frightening, almost. I mean, he was frightening. I mean, if you were to see this tall gentleman, you would be scared out of your mind.
He did have like a human form. He was just very large and imposing.
Very large and imposing. His head. How can I explain this? His head went all the way up to my ceiling.
Oh my Lord! So he's like 8 feet tall or something, 8.5 feet tall.
And this was about an 8-foot ceiling. His head went through my ceiling fan.
Oh wow!
Oh wow! It's even taller than anything I saw in my room. Wow.
And I mean, it was almost a quick glimpse. I looked up, he smiled, and he just went, and I went to sleep.
Wow. It's so amazing, like the whole thing about the parents not believing the children, to get back to that. I mean, that also happened to me as well. You know, I had things happening and they were just like, you know, they never listen. They never listen. And there's a part in time where you have to listen sometimes. And I think it's just like, it's double jeopardy. You know, you have the thing happen to you, and then your parents don't believe you at the same time. Like, you know, your trusted authority figures. It's just an awful experience to have.
Yeah.
Well, they believe me now
by telling them that it's all made up in your head, and you know, even like making it out like they're making it up to get attention. You know,
right?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I'm not a kid that went out to get attention. In fact, I was the opposite kind of kid. I was like, I'll just sit over here and eat my nachos. I was that kind of kid.
Yeah.
And my mom didn't believe me for the longest time until she had an experience.
That's usually what it takes.
Yeah.
What kind of experience did she have to change their mind?
Put my spin back.
It was an angelic experience that changed her mind about it. Angels, I've read up on this, can actually come in different forms. That to make sure that you think it's somebody else other than them. This particular angel that my mom saw took the shape of my younger brother. Now, my younger brother is taller than me. He's 6'6".
How tall are you?
I'm 5'9.5". I'm not a very tall guy.
How did he get so tall?
He's still your
My dad's 6'4", and we're Nordic by descent, so he got the extra genes of the tallness.
You got the recessive genes.
Yeah, I got the Irish height. Yeah.
You buy those jeans.
So my mom was in her room, and she saw my brother walk by, and it was, I would say about 4 a.m. And she goes, "What are you doing up so early?" This is what she told me. And he just walked by, didn't say a thing. And she went to go into because he went towards the living room. And she turned around the corner, and he wasn't there. And she looked in my brother's room. There he was, fast asleep, just snoring away. And she said, she was telling me the story. And she says, now that I think about it, I didn't hear him walking. And when my brother walks, my brother is 6'6" and he weighs close to 400 pounds. You're going to hear him walk anywhere.
Yeah.
So, and she goes, I didn't hear a thing when he was walking by.
It sounds more like one of the experiences with the tall whites. You know, they related to like sleep paralysis and stuff like that. And you with your descent, you said your Nordic descent.
I'm having a hard time understanding you, Starscream.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying that sounds more like the like some of the tall whites and the watching over people while they sleep. Especially with your
his brother is tall and white. So.
Yeah, but it might have been him. I just didn't come in as him.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, the thing is, my mom was wide awake. She was actually getting ready for work at the time. So take that as you will.
So what made her believe that was an angel?
You know, I never really asked her about that, but she just sort of, she wasn't fearful. She just sort of was kind of calm about it.
She tells him, it's because it looked like your brother. If it would have looked like you, it was a devil.
Oh,
that's not far from the truth.
Wow. You're the short devil. He's the tall angel.
I was the trouble kid. Let's just say that.
Oh,
child.
I was the one that got suspended all the time for fighting.
You were like Starscream.
I was the hellion. Yeah, I was the hellion.
He just throws his hands up in derision, like, oh, why me?
I don't know what Sean looks like, but I think everybody on this panel probably was a bad kid. You were horrible. Shut up.
It's always us bad kids that end up seeing things.
Not a bad one.
No, you were a bad one too. Shut up.
No, I was really weird.
Little punk. He almost burned my house down. I put a pizza in the oven that was this big, and when I woke up and the house was full of smoke, it was a hockey puck.
Okay, that's when I was a teenager.
Let me eat my granola in peace.
I'm talking about being a little kid. I was a great kid. I never got in trouble.
No, you just look like trouble.
You know what you did? You know what you did? We go eat dinner. Your food couldn't touch, and you put your head in your mom's bosom.
Yeah, but that's not like being bad, getting in trouble, doing bad.
But then when your brother,
that's being weird.
When your sister was born, I was so happy to see her kick you to the curb.
Yeah, she became the center of attention.
I was so happy. My mom, no child. You and Regina, your feet didn't touch the floor till you were 6. Shut up. All of a sudden, my mom becomes such a nice person. Like, what in the hell is going on? And Christian hung the moon. Oh my God, that kid.
I mean, I have some stories too, if you're interested.
Not really, but anyway,
Sean. Only if. I'm trying to help move the show along, dude. Come on.
Sean, let's get back to you real quick. What do you got?
Yeah.
What else you got going on?
Oh my goodness. So got a whole bunch from out in the national parks. I do have one that's really interesting too. That's a bit different from those. Something
Yeah,
nice.
speak up a little bit, Sean. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
And also, Trance, do you have more stories too?
Yeah, I'll let Sean go ahead. I'm going to take.
Okay, then you can do yours.
I have to interject. I do got to get going. I am at work, so I do got to get going, guys. Thank you for hearing me out.
Oh, yeah. If you want me to just go ahead, I can.
Thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you.
So I see some people working as a priority over PRT, but that's okay.
Your cult membership has gone down.
Your membership score has gone down, sir. your cult membership is for.
That's strike
All right,
one.
so how
Two
we
more
doing
strikes
this?
and your cult membership will be revoked.
It's like on Idiocracy when you try to get the fries out of the machine.
Yeah.
Big ass fries.
That movie was great.
You're an unfit parent.
Yeah.
For your children.
Sorry, my clip there. All right, you're all ready?
Okay, Sean, go ahead.
All right. So I will share the stuff from the forest and stuff because there's a lot out there. But this one I think is really interesting. I'd like to share it too. I was hoping to get this one out tonight as well. So I had to go for a surgery about 2 years ago. Wasn't life-threatening, but it was something I was waiting through all of COVID to finally get. Because COVID hit and they shut down all the surgery system. So it was just a nightmare. It was a extremely bad pain I was dealing with. So I finally get in for the surgery. It's during kind of the end of winter. I come in, everything's fine. They put me under. And this is right at the cusp of I'm coming back, right when you wake up out of surgery, right? Because they put me full out. I'm standing in this dried out riverbed. And what's kind of right beside me, right across from me, is, I'm going to call it a dragon. It's pretty much one of my prayers is kind of what I figured out, but you would probably know as these black giant lizards. I've heard you mention your show, Josh, before. But yeah, if you take the mass of your two largest bulls and you put them together, that is about the size of this being.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty big. It's right near me, and what happened was like with a middle point. There's the only point I remember. There was a bunch of stuff I'm sure that happened before. No memory of it. It's been blocked off from me. It's kind of my conclusion. I wasn't allowed to bring back whatever happened with me, but I'm sitting there having a high in-depth conversation through what I'm assuming is mind speak. And we just stop there. And I stop for a moment. I go, "Oh no, I'm going back." And he kind of looked at me, kind of gave like a nodding look. And then I wake up in my body being wheeled out of the surgery room.
Wow. So you were having a surgery?
Yeah, I was completely put out for it.
Wow.
And I was talking to this being. And it was a very positive. It was nothing threatening. It was a very positive, really happy conversation. And
with a reptilian.
I don't know necessarily if it's reptilian. It could be a dragon. That's kind of the feeling I've got from my prayer. Like there's some stuff I've had since, and it's a lot of it through prayers to God. This is kind of your dragon, your draconian. I know someone said that on the show before. Kind of that level being. And it was like a high level conversation with them. But I didn't feel threatened. Nothing bad really happened. I was like, oh no, I'm going back. Like I didn't want to come back to this reality. I was somewhere else. I wasn't here during that time.
What do you guys think that was?
I've never heard of anything like that. Okay, so you describe it as a dragon. I mean, like is it like the physical appearance? Is that the closest thing to what it looked like, or is that like dead on what it looked like to you?
Pretty much just without the horns. Black, giant, had a tail. It was kind of like hunched up a bit on like some rocks, just right across me, kind of having a mind speak, kind of like a nodded angle at me, knowing like I'm knowing now you're going back.
Oh wow! You need to recall the conversation.
I wasn't. I've known from prayer the point. I'm convinced I'm not allowed to remember the full conversation.
Okay.
So I was only granted that moment of memory, and then everything before that I wasn't allowed to bring back with me.
So how much of it do you remember?
That whole conversation, just that one point of going, recognize I'm in the scene, and I'm somewhere, and I'm talking to this being and going, oh no, I'm going back. And it's kind of gave me a nodded look, and then I came back into my body instantaneously.
Wow.
At one point, I summoned this demon called Duke Bune, and that night I woke up to a very majestic black dragon with red eyes looking right into my head. It's beautiful.
You summoned it?
Yo, yeah.
Ooh.
If you actually look into the depictions, it looks like that too. I'll try to pull one up.
No, we're good. But so
yeah, I don't.
So James, you actually practice like summoning of demons and things like that?
Angels, demons. I like to see them as social memory complexes. Someone might summon a name, and they'll get something entirely different according to their path working. And other people, it shouldn't be done if you're not fully invested into yourself, you'll mess stuff up. But I like to do it because I feel that draw to it.
Well, a lot of people feel the draw to do things, but it doesn't mean we should do them.
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. So what happens if you summon Duke Nukem or whatever his, you summon this guy? So if you summon him, and then what happens if he turns out to be a very bad guy, which could easily happen, and then he decides to do something to you? What do you do then?
Consequences.
Huh?
That's really, it comes down to consequences at that point.
Oh my
you
God,
believe in the Christ essence, and I hold that in the center of my heart.
Have you ever done that though? Like summon something that kind of got out of control? And
nope. I always call upon two names, and one of them is Christ when I do these rituals. The other is I believe intrinsically connected to Christ through my own workings, but I'm not going to say it unless you want me to. That everything goes according to the way I typically desire it. Otherwise, it's something that's deeply seated in my emotional codex. I move through that energy. My life has gotten so much better by doing it, but it's only because I was ready to go within and work on that shadow to see my own light.
So you do believe in Christ, but you have
absolutely
a penchant for summoning demons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not judging. I'm not here to judge, and don't take it personal when I joke around. I joke around with people a lot because a lot of times what I deal with, people will be telling me things that are very, it's hard to, and then so there's some levity there that has to be. I was just wondering though, like, how does that work though? I mean,
well, see it. The 72 names of God, right? They're Shemhemperesh, I believe. I'm not going to say I'm an expert or read all of them, but a lot of them have to deal with their own internal emotions, and they are external. When you summon any kind of being, angel or demon, there's a positive and a negative aspect to that. A Christ, anyone could say an antichrist to that. If you're not ready for that shadow, though, you should never go into it. But when you move through this shadow, you can see that light and utilize it a lot better. If you know how to heal, so to speak, you can do a lot more damage, and it works both ways.
Well, and here's the thing I'm going to say before anybody begins to jump to conclusions or pass judgment. I'm going to tell you what I know. There is a fine line between some of the things that, like, okay, for example, right here, good comment Michelle made. King Solomon is rumored to have written a book on demonology. No, he did. And in the lesser, or the Song of Solomon, Key of Solomon, Lesser Key of Solomon, and then there's different versions of it. Everybody has their own version of it. There's an Arabic version. There's a Hebrew version. There's all these different versions. There's one that's from Iran. They all have different names and different, like Solomon, Suleiman, all these different, whatever, and who he dealt with and what happened. For Islam, it was the jinn. They built the temple, and then if it's Hebrew, they were the shadim. And you're dealing with these different types of beings. Not all of them are necessarily nefarious. Some of them are just there. They're just beings. They're just there. But when you are necromancing, you are literally dancing on broken glass. I don't mean broken glass that's already shattered. I mean, hell is right below you, and you're dancing on cracked glass. And you got to be real careful. I would not even hazard to guess, like even try, because these beings are tricky and they have a lot of time on us.
Yeah.
I am of the opinion that we have to come back again and again, where they don't have to. They just live one long fluid life.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to be, start over. And a part of our job here is to suffer and go to school, so to speak. These beings have been through school. They already know. And it's not all of them. It's not all of them their job to take you and go to hell. That is not true. People believe that They believe a lot of things. They think that they're all in one big cabal, and their job is to just make your soul go to hell. That is a ridiculous thing. And then I've had this argument, well, the devil doesn't divide his kingdom. I'm like, the devil doesn't have a choice.
It's the nature of evil.
It's the nature of evil. When you're playing on the other team, they eat each other. It's as simple as that. The great white may not want to divide his kingdom, but the orc is going to eat his liver regardless. I mean, it's just, I always laugh when people say these oversimplified statements because they don't grasp the nature of reality. We are living in a simulation that has been created. Now, some people will say, like somebody in the comments said, Yahweh and devils don't mix. Well, if you were to read the Gnostics, they would say that Yahweh created the devils.
Yeah, hey, Vod, hey could be said to be the essence of Saturn, and they would often say Satan in certain.
Saturn is Satan. That's the same thing. And Saturn is Satan, or the Satania, and then there's the Hasatan, and then Shaitan, and then and there's a plural, and there's a title. There's a title, and then there's different versions of it. Now,
Baal also being one of those.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them, and whenever you start looking, and then there's actually princes of hell. And people say, well, how does that work if you're all going to go to hell and burn, whatever? Because that is their version of hell is for us. They can drag you there and torment you. Mm-hmm. It's offshoots of the abyss, right? And so they can take you down and do these different things that they do. And they can use you as a human battery. They can torture and torment you. And God isn't going to hear your cries because you had your chance, right? But typically that is after you've been given chance after chance after chance. You can't say that there was no chance. You had your chance. And so they have different structures, different hierarchies, and different gangs that they belong to. And those different princes of hell, that's part of the abyss, that's the torture chamber, they don't all play together. That's not the case. You might escape one, and then you'll end up being just captured by another. It's a hellscape that's like Mad Max beyond anything you've ever could imagine. I mean, that's what it is. It's utter and pure desolation and being removed from the source, which is God.
Yeah.
And so people don't really grasp what it is. They don't see the nature of reality because they don't understand it. But so many people, they confuse it because they don't know what they're playing with. Mm-hmm. If you've come out of your body, whether you did it willingly or unwillingly, you'll see it. You know, the fourth level. I mean, if you were to read the Masonic library, I've had Masons tell me that they thought I was a Mason. They're like, "Are you a traveling man?" I'm like, "No." And they're like, "How did you get your knowledge?" Well, it's none of your business. But it wasn't through practicing mysticism. I didn't practice it. I studied it. And I do have a lot of information that most is reserved for Masonic libraries. But if you really want to track it down, you can. And my friend, one of my really good friends, I was talking to him today. He's a high-level Mason, you know, and he was telling me he's thought I was a Mason when he first met me because of my knowledge. But, you know, when you start looking at it, he went as far as he could without going into the final stage because he knew what it was. But you don't just go, well, I'm not going to do this anymore. See ya. So you just kind of stave it off and just let it kind of hang. But you will never get to that next level, you know, which, you know, once you figure it out, you don't want to because it's blasphemy. But there is a different version of the architect of the divine, and there is the seventh level, which Judaism and Islam both claim is where God is at. Also, Buddhism. Tony knows this, but there is an eighth level, a 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th level. It just keeps going. And God, the true God, the Father of Christ, who sent the Holy Spirit, the divine Holy Spirit, and Jesus in the form of the flesh, the Word made flesh, to pull us out of this Kali Yuga that we're in, that is where he resides. So anything below that is the architect of this world. That's what people don't understand. And so the fundamentalists, they won't grasp it until it's too late. They're just like, I don't believe that. That's dumb, because they got the retardation, and so they don't understand, and then they rail on the Catholics all day long. But what's so sad is that they're actually using a book that was given to them by the Council of Nicaea.
Mm-hmm.
And
so tell you something in a minute, do with mathematics if you're interested.
Go ahead.
The number 666. Did you say something about there being there's stories about prospectively extra strand of genetics? I've heard it before from some places. The demonic genetic, one could say.
Yeah, and we have junk DNA too, James, which corresponds to like the raven, the wolf, the different types of things. And they were calling it junk DNA. And I was reading an article, I think it was in like Discover magazine or maybe it was Scientific American, one of those. And they were calling it junk DNA like 20 years ago. And I'm like, that's not junk DNA.
It's got this, this mathematics. If you do 600 times 60 is 36,000 times 6 is 2160,000. I mean, my bad, 216,000. Now subtract 72,000 and you get 144,000. The both sides of the genetic structure of the body is 72,000. They come together to create the 144,000. The extra, that is the demonic, is 216,000.
Yeah. Yeah, Michelle says this too. She says, but there's a catch once you conjure a demon. If you unbind them from yourself to Christ, they will still be watching you from the background. Just be aware of that. Yeah, they don't go away. And then they will oftentimes bide their time until they can find an opening.
Right. They become part of your structure intrinsically through that resonance.
The early church of the Catholic Church, and then later on the Orthodox sort of adopted it, but they believe that there is a demon for every sin. I believe that there's thousands of demons for each sin. All that is everybody, even a human, has their own penchant for everything. Like I had a penchant for violence. I used to fight. That was my thing. Anger was my big problem. And then, of course, and Starscream's sitting here, I can't really deny it. He's seen me using that ability many times. But there are multiple sins, but demons are opportunistic parasitic beings, and they will key in on whatever your sin is. And they'll find it, whatever perversion that you are, you gravitate towards. I like to think that as far as like myself, I don't really have a lot of weird perversion. I think I'm pretty standard when it comes to as a human. Like some people have some really weird dark stuff. I just have an anger problem. An anger problem is my main problem. I'll punch a dude in the face real quick, and I used to, and I don't do it anymore because I don't want to go to jail or have a shootout with somebody. But there is a demon for that. That's something that they do, and but there's this idea that there is this big, massive hierarchy, and they all just play on the same team is ludicrous because you're giving the enemy way too much credit. And then
it is retarded.
It is retarded. And then what they do is they take God. Oh, Tom's back. They take God and they put him in this weird little box where I'm like him. He created me like him. No, he did not. Okay, I'm telling you right now, God is so far beyond what you could imagine. Yeah. It's not even. There's no. I mean, you're not going to have these human characteristics at all.
Yeah.
Of the God mind. That is not what that is. The God mind, though, can have another God because he's omnipotent to do in his own place. Have you ever seen that movie, The Watchmen, where the blue guy has a bunch of different versions of himself?
Yeah.
That's how the Hindus look at Brahman, but that's how a lot of the ancient Jews that were becoming Christian, they looked at him as that. He was omnipotent. He could be everywhere at once. And even Jesus becoming of the divine, that he had multiple lives, and he lived and died many times in different ways. There are stories of him living and dying in India, living and dying in Japan, living and dying in Nepal, living and dying in Tibet, in China. And so, how is this possible? Well, it's because he's of the divine spirit, right? And he can do all things because he was the Word made flesh. He was the Son of God. And so living and dying is not hard. You can see, if you really tried, you could actually see, as D. True says, Dr. Manhattan, you can actually see your own alternate reality selves too. I've done it. And I've told you, Anthony and Tony, and how it scared me. One of them in particular was a horrific version of myself, which I did not want to ever have any interaction with at all. Others I did interact with and on another level. And it's really just going through the time loop. And you can do that if you get into the fifth density, which is when you become like a ball in all directions. And if people don't want to believe me, don't believe me. I don't, if you don't want to believe it, don't believe it. But it's real, it's there, and that's the truth. And I'm telling you the truth as I know it. But when you get into this, now I'm going to tell you, area trance, James, I strongly suggest you not summon demons. And this is not some sort of like, well, I'm going to patronize you and tell you, I know, Shani, let me tell you how. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to tell you because we as people, when you were in this body, you were very limited.
Yeah.
You were limited to the third dimension. And it's very, very difficult to have any interaction with these beings where they don't trick you.
Yeah.
Once you're out of your body, it's a little different. The playing field is a little more level. You can see it for what it is. But when you're in the body, you aren't really able to see because you're looking through the human eye. And so it's kind of like putting on glasses that inhibit your vision. Imagine putting on glasses that take out your peripheral. People who have absence seizures, if they don't take Dilatin, they don't have peripheral vision. I have a friend, Tony's stepdad, who literally has absence seizures, and you know him, Starscream Chad. And so he has absence seizures. So his world is like this, but when he took Dilatin, he said that it was too much. Like he was seeing and hearing all these things, which is normal to us.
Mm-hmm.
But to him, it was sensory overload, and it causes extreme anxiety because he was used to just kind of taking in bits and pieces and then putting the pieces together in his own head.
Right. The central nervous system, I made the comparison. It's really, it's a headset in a way, and there's likely more than 40 senses, if you can even begin to quantify them.
Yeah.
Even the 8D, 9D level. It gets into highly advanced mathematics that I'm not going to be a professional of, but
it's all numbers.
Far too advanced beyond us in the body to see that.
Biblical canon was around before the Catholic Church or the Council of Nicaea. You are absolutely correct, Valerie. But after the Council of Nicaea, the biblical canon was taken apart. See, that's the issue I have with the King James Bible. That's the issue I have with the current Bible in general, is not so much that it's wrong, it's that it's incomplete. That's my issue.
I like the Companion Bible. It's pretty easy to find if you look up Companion Bible PDF. It has very good direct translation. It's pretty much as close as you can get to English.
Well, I bought the New Jerusalem one.
Dick Richards says, Dilatin gave me seizures. Isn't that funny how it is? They'll put you on a drug to keep you from being depressed, and then in turn, it'll make you depressed. They put you on a drug to keep you from having anxiety, and in turn, you'll get anxiety. They put you on a drug that's to stop you from having seizures, and it gives you seizures.
Oh, yeah.
But not in defense of
pill for the side
the
effect.
Rockefellers and Big Pharma, okay? Sorry, what'd you say?
I was saying that it has a side effect, and you have to take another pill for that side effect. That pill will have a side effect. You're taking endless pills.
I'm going to say this, okay? This is not defending these people that are in charge of this shit. But what I'm going to say is this. Everything is a circle. Mm-hmm. And if you go too far one way, you know, fascism becomes communism and whatever.
Yeah.
It just kind of goes in a
Becoming
circle.
indistinguishable.
Yeah. And so everybody they forget that we're on the wheel. Right. And it just kind of does this. And everybody's like, well, I'm fighting this, you know, and the people who were over there shaking their fists and their freedom fighting, whatever, now you're being backed by corporatocracy. You're being backed by the government. You're being backed by trust the science. You're being backed by all of that.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah. And so you're over there railing and you're shaking your fist. I am against this. You know, I am against freedom. I'm against you thinking for yourself. Put a diaper on your mouth. Come on. You know, and you're like, wow, you're shaking your fist and you are literally parroting everything that mass media that is controlled by the government is telling you, and now you are a part of it. I pointed that out to somebody the other day at work. He was over there yelling at Scorpio, and we were rolling our eyes like, dude. He's like, yeah, I'm against this and I'm against that. And I'm like, you are for everything that the government's telling you. He's like, that's why I'm homeless. I said, yeah, that is why you're homeless. That's exactly right. Not for freedom. You're not fighting for freedom. And that's why you're living in the woods and you're throwing spears, wooden spears at us. You know, and we're playing Celts and Romans out here because you think that we're the big bad and you're fighting against whatever. But you're living in the woods and you're eating poop.
Yeah, the blue pill, man. You know, I've got better.
Pill's working out for you. How's that?
Yeah. I've got better drugs from pharmacies and prescriptions than I ever did back in the 90s. And it was actually harder. Well, it was serious. Like I talk about this because, you know, there are times where you got to take. It helps. Like people are like, "Oh, I had to take this," and this people feel bad about it. Like I've had to take antidepressants, I had to take anti-anxieties, and it was to keep me from flipping the f out. But getting off of those was actually harder than some of the hardcore stuff we used to do back in the day. So,
well, Tom got it made. He's down there at the pharmacia right now. He can just go in there and be like, "Hey." And they're like, "Come on!" They start just throwing him pills because they know what he wants. He's got the whole shopping cart.
No, I just stick to a little bit of weed, whiskey, and some weed, and I'm good.
Wow.
I'm good. I don't need any all that special stuff.
Dude, he smokes weed and everything.
You're going to hell.
You know,
oh come on, guys!
I got my
caffeine. What'd you say? What was that?
So it's
he said I was going to hell.
I did. That was me. I'm just.
Someone said I was going to.
Well, James is going to summon a hell mouth for you.
I said that jokingly, of course.
No, it's fine.
Sean, what did you say though?
Talking about that, like I've never taken drugs. I've only drank 3 beers in my life. I don't smoke.
Oh my gosh, dude! What kind of weenie is
well, I saw it my family, so
awesome.
I tried to say.
You eat sugar, don't you? You eat sugar, don't you?
The worst drug of all.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So if you don't, try to get off sugar and tell me how well you're sleeping.
Yeah, already. I'll go ahead and tell you that elder society stuff.
But the drugs thing is interesting. So I went camping once. It was just a few summers ago with my brother and his fiance at the time, and he had these magic mushrooms. And normally I would never take anything, but I wanted to try to figure out stuff spiritually. And I had a friend who had figured stuff and had some pretty interesting experiences. I'm going, perhaps I can try to figure out some stuff about myself and my experiences by this. So I'm only going to do it this once, and I'm going to see what happens. We went out to the camping spot, and we said, and they gave me two pills of the stuff, right? So they had actually in pill capsules, right? And it said this should work for them fine or anyone. I take them, the first one, after about a certain amount of time, nothing really happens. So I take the second one, and all I have is I'm a little bit shaky, just slightly, and that's it, no effect. And both my brother and his girlfriend, they're very experienced with it enough to know that you should be out. Like the fact that you have no effect blew them away. I took that later.
That happens.
Yeah, I took that sign from God later, saying, "Yeah, this is not the way for you to figure things out. You're not meant to figure it out this way."
There's just some people that doesn't have that kind of effect on people. There's people who can take like edible marijuana and it does not metabolize in them, and it just will not have the effect. Some people.
Sometimes some people take it and they're like it's like LSD to them.
Yeah.
Delta 9 can mimic things like that. I mean, it's so Franco Stagna. You're here. Frank? You want to say hello? What do you got going on?
Hey, brother Josh. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah.
I just, you know, I appreciate your show. I watch it here and there, and you know, it's a great thing you're doing. You know, I guess a lot of people think this is wacky and that, but you know, I just want to ask some advice, Josh. I live in an apartment building, and on the third floor, there are some really weird, bad vibes, you know, demonic stuff going on. And it was like many years ago that somebody set herself on fire.
Wow.
And in the building, so she was charcoal, and almost caused the building to be burned. And she even did that while you know, sealing the the doorway where she couldn't get out. You know, so yeah, it was pretty bad. So the next person that came in there, I'm just asking, calling for advice, for help, to see what I should do, or you know, because. But anyway,
methods.
Yeah, the next person that came, she actually was a Christian, and I met her. We were holding little Bible studies in the building, and she had a baby, you know, a child. It's like 6 years old, and she was kind of, you know, deformed or whatever. And when she moved into the building, so anyway, she was a good little Christian, and you know, holding her Bible in hand and everything, you know, coming to the Bible studies. And then later, she lost her child, and then she really became so, whatever you want to call it, totally under the power of what was there. And she literally was so, like, you know, we had SWAT teams here. She literally threw 3 cops that had guns and weapons right across the walls, and you know, like, it was pretty paranormal, brother. So what's happened here, Josh, is that I went to the management there, and I was talking with the people at the management, and I go, "What's going on up in the third floor?" And said, "You got any new people living there?" She said, "No, we can't rent it out because it's one person said it's very bad vibes, and the other person says it's so bad, you know." And even other people that went in there, they felt such influence of such powers. So anyway, while I was talking to her, I said, "I'm a Christian, and I do have experience in, you know, this type of environment, because I used to take Christians, you know, people who were, you know, let's just say demonized or having issues that were uncontrollable, and God did wonderful things in my life to bring healing in their lives. And all the people that came to my home, like one person, I mean, this is going away. I'm just letting you know that God used me for the people that we took home. We took the homeless people in, but that's out of the topic. But anyway, just say that I have experience in this. But what do I do? Like I did talk to the management. They said, you know, I could go up there and, you know, see if I can, you know, whatever, clean it up. And so I was talking to other people in the building, Josh, and just today, actually, because I've been meeting people and asking them, trying to find out, you know, what the enemy, you know, is doing. So I talked to my neighbor across the way, and he said, I asked him, I said, "What's going on up there?" And she said, "Well, you know," I said, "Why haven't they rented out?" Well, apparently there's this law that if she has when your child died, she has her room, that she has an urn in it, right? And there's like, that's considered a body.
Yeah.
So they can't rent it out. And they can't rent it out until they find the mother, because the mother like ended up leaving, and who knows where she is. And just before she left, she was bringing people who were into witchcraft also, and into the occult, into her apartment. And literally the place ended up in such a mess, Josh. Like the bathroom was, yeah, like the bathroom like was not functioning. So like there was feces about 3 feet high in the bathroom. They made a total disaster out of the place. There's all these. One of the walls is painted black, and you know, there was all these occultic things there. So I'm just asking, you know, like they also even hired a Ghostbuster team to go there long ago, Josh, and they said, oh yeah, we cleaned it up, but it just made it worse. So my question to you is, I've been watching your show, and you seem to have a lot of experience in all these different topics, and very knowledgeable on the occult and pretty much, you know, paranormal. And when you talk about all the things you talk about, I go, yeah, all this is definitely, you know, possible. Everything's real. There's a reason for it, and I appreciate your show. What do I do, Josh? Like, how do I, besides getting all the information that I'm getting on the place, and you know, you got to know your enemy, you know what's in there. But I want to go in there, which they have given me permission to go and you know, see what I could do.
Do you want to do a cleanse? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I want to, you know, because I don't want the next person to come in there, right, and end up the same as the others.
Okay.
I know they are in place. Sorry, Josh. I know that when people have haunted houses, they just burn them down, right? You know what I mean? So what do you think, Josh?
You know, what I would tell you is this: like, how strong in the faith are you? Like, do you feel like if you and I mean, like, on a scale from like 1 to 10? I mean, if you had to say, and 10 being like, I can lay in bed and the devil tries to climb on top of me, I cry out to Christ and I'm fine.
Oh yeah, no. I'm like I would say I'll give it I've been a Christian for 40-something years, and I've also done deliverance on people, so I'm not afraid of the devil.
Okay.
And I would say I would put myself like as a 10.
Okay. Then you have nothing to worry about. I mean, as far as you yourself go, you could actually affect the cleanse, you know, through Christ.
Amen.
If you go and you confront something,
right?
If it depends on the fear, because fear is food to them.
Absolutely.
Like if you were going to go and get rid of an ant bed, you're not going to cover yourself in honey and go walk on top of it.
Yeah.
And then start stomping on it, because that's not going to work. But if you are not afraid and you're not giving it that fear energy, which is hard to do for some people, it's not for everybody. But I had to go room to room in my house and rebuke in the name of Jesus, and you just have to cry out and say it.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And some people get so afraid they can't even say, and you just say, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you.
Amen.
You have no power here. You are not accepted here. I do not accept you here. You don't belong here. You need to leave. And then you have to go room to room, and you will feel the energy moving around, going from room to room,
right?
As you rebuke it, and then it'll eventually go out of the space.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to tell you something else. I would take rock salt and I would put it in every corner. Salt everything, you know, and then I would take the St. Benedict's, which is what I use, and I would hold it and I would go room to room, you know, and holy water does work, whether it's blessed by a priest or it's, you know, it depends. Water is a very powerful, it holds a lot of energy.
I would actually, what I normally do, you know, is I'll use olive oil and anoint my place with olive oil and just have a whole time of worship and praise, because I play guitar, and I just praise God and worship God and, you know, get into the spirit and just rebuke these things. But the thing is I'm asking you, Josh, have you ever done anything like this before? Or would you agree to take others with you and have more than one person involved, like have other Christians involved that you can...
I would say that they would need to be very strong in the faith, and you would have to be in full trust with them, because you don't know what their openings are.
Right. So
they could get attacked, because then it could just be, you know, you're protecting someone who, what is the word? Collateral? No, not collateral damage.
It might be a liability.
Liability.
A transfer spirits upon
Yeah,
them.
and so if they can't attack you, they'll attack someone around you. That's happened to me multiple times because they don't confront me head on. They'll attack someone around me.
Right.
If you're strong in the faith, you have nothing to fear. Like I can go to sleep and I know that if something's there, it's just going to be there. You know what I mean? Now, will it attack other people around me? Yeah, because it's plus these things they like to be vindictive. They have a vindictive spirit. That's what they are, spirits of vindictiveness. And so, if they can't hurt you, they'll hurt people around you that you care about. Now, bless you. If you're on your own and you don't have someone that's a liability that can be there to them to attack or latch onto, I would always go with multiple people if you have that opportunity, because being alone, you're alone.
Exactly.
There's always strength in numbers. But like I said, make sure that who you're taking is strong. And you need to really, really pray in earnest in the name of Jesus before you do this.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. It's a tried and true method. I get story after story after story, or encounter after encounter after encounter of people having to cry out to Christ. And it works. I mean, there's got to be something to that. I mean, I know people who were straight up atheists and they were attacked and they called out to Christ just instinctively, and it helped. It stopped, whatever. The name of Christ is very powerful,
That's right.
This is the Son of God. He was, he's the only one that walked the earth as holy, without sin, the man without sin. There's no one else. And then you have this other thing that is the opposite. They're the opposite. They are of filth and sin, and they wallow in it. There's a reason why the Arabs and the Jews both believe that these beings, whether they're the jinn or the shadim, that they dwell in places of darkness and dirt and filth. If you go to the Middle East, that's what they'll tell you. That's where these things are. That's where they dwell. And it depends on what you're dealing with too. Now, if it's an archon, that's going to be a lot harder task.
Right.
If you're dealing with, and you really don't want to deal with a rebellious or a fallen angel. Those are two different things, but they're both on the same level. Because fallen angels, even though they are under a ward, they are held, they still do communicate with people. There are people that come to me all the time and tell me that this, this thing that it calls itself whatever name, and that's one of the fallen, one of the watchers, and they can still reach out to people and try to use them to do their bidding. Now, I would say that they are not the most. I would say that they are probably on the level of the rebellious angels, and the rebellious angels, that's two different things, but they are still on that same level. And there are some that I would consider to be archdemons, which are their direct descendants. For example, Solomon, when he called the devils to him and he asked who they were, there was one called Beelzebub. And of course, the Jews talk about him in their canon. And a lot of people consider him to be the devil, but he's not. He's just a high-ranking devil, a warlord. And he asked him about himself, and Beelzebub says that I do this, I do that, and I destroy this, and I destroy that. They're like pirates, Sean, can you mute that? Because that's really. That's
me. Okay.
Yeah, it was making a lot of noise there. But he asked him, and he said, I have a son, who's quite dangerous, and he haunts the Black Sea. Which is weird, to think about that he has a son that haunts the Black Sea, but they have children, they have different levels, and people don't understand that they have familial units.
Yes, I know.
They're like tribes. And so if you're dealing with one, like I would say, and Lawrence Cowley just says that particular demon, though, that's actually a high-ranking demon that may or may not be a rebellious angel. There is a lot of debate about whether or not he is second generation or if he's first or whatever. But yeah, he was one that tricked Solomon, and that's why Solomon ended up going into the ocean and going to some faraway kingdom for 7 years. And then he returned, and his people were like, wow, you were drowning. And it was only like 7 minutes, but he was gone for 7 years, and he was a slave. And it was a way
Josh,
that God humbled him.
Sorry, Josh, where are you getting that information from? What book are you
So the Song of Solomon, the Key of Solomon, and the Lesser Key of Solomon, those are all
that apocryphal.
You can get these books. I mean, you can order them but you got to know what you're reading. And there's different versions of the Key of Solomon, which is the Seal of Solomon, which was used on the ring. Some people think it was the 6-pointed star. Some people think it was the 5-pointed star. Now, the 6-pointed star is actually the symbol of the Temple of Remphan, and it was built by, I think Remphan was actually a Canaanite king who built it in honor of his god or his whatever father, which was Moloch, which some people say is the father of Baal or the brother of Baal, but it depends on, what, sometimes people say they're the same thing, but it depends on which one you're looking at. Is it the Phrygian, the Chaldean, or the Persian or the Babylonian, the Hittite? They all had the different Assyrian. They all had different gods, but they also were the same. And then it gets really confusing because, Dick Richards says Remphan is Saturn. But the Temple of Remphan was actually built in honor of another deity. See, it's very weird because then you have them building things for their own lineage. Like Heracles, he was the son of Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
But he himself was godlike. He could do all kinds of things. And then you have Thor, who is the son of Odin, and they're two different things. And Odin, I believe, would have been like a 4th generation or 3rd generation, just like Zeus was actually a 2nd generation, right? The Titans would have been the fallen.
Yeah.
Okay. People don't really realize that the Titans, because it gets convoluted because the fallen came because of the rebellious.
And Josh, I don't mean to cut you off, bro, but I just wanted to go back to the upstairs and
okay. So but anyway, I was giving a history lesson there. Like I said, it's very simple for me. I would just, if I were you, I would be very careful, tread very lightly, because you don't know what level of demon that you're dealing with, and
right.
But if you have Christ, it makes you, it's your shield.
Right.
So if you feel comfortable in rebuking in the name of Jesus, but you got to remember, if you go into war with one of these things, there's no guarantees that it's going to walk away. It's like getting into a fight in the street. That guy may leave you alone and go away and take his whooping and go, or he may come back with a gun or his friends.
But question, sorry, Josh, it's just that while you're on the same lines there, have you known any people that have actually gone into, let's say, a haunted house or a haunted, place or building, Christians? And, like sometimes I know that I've heard people that gone and have lived in a haunted place like this, and they were Christian too, but then they will leave. But then the owner would burn the place down. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's like it wouldn't leave. So you have two choices. Sometimes they won't leave, and sometimes they do leave, from what I've been hearing from other people. So don't know what's going on up there. Like I know, like my house is clean. I'm a Christian, and I'm a strong believer, and I believe in the supernatural. And I've worked in ministry, and I used to take the worst people into my house. They were, get them healed and delivered, set free, and now they're doing great. Some of them are pastors today, ministers, and so on. So, I mean, God used it, but I'm not was into what am I expecting from a haunted apartment? And I hear stories that they'll, like I said, I'm just rehashing again. They'll either burn the place down because they can't rent it to anybody, and so on, right? Like, I don't want the next person coming into the building, and after seeing beautiful girl lady with her baby, and she was a Bible person, and she ended up being, so disturbed, and I mean, supernatural strength with her, like I mentioned. Like, how did that happen? Like she was a young Christian, though she wasn't strong, and I didn't know what she was going. She never told anybody until she lost her daughter, and then after all this started to happen. So I mean, I didn't know. She never told me anything. She never told anybody anything, and probably she wouldn't even have known, right, Josh? She just decided that she didn't decide. It's just happenstance, the things that happened to her. She ended up.
I would strongly suggest to you, and somebody made the statement there, to move out. If I were you, I would leave. If you can't do that, and that's not an option, then you need to do what you got to do. You have to be prayed up. Try to keep your thoughts pure. And
Right.
you need to rebuke it in the name of Christ, and you need to be prayed up constantly. And when you're in that situation, you need to pray constantly all day long. I mean, that's all you can do.
Right.
I've had days where it seems like all I do is pray. That's it.
Yeah, I don't live in the place. I'm living down at the.
Okay, so then so you have, but do you have a vested interest in going there?
Yes.
You want to help them, right? That's your thing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, and I would try to get them out of there if I were you.
There's nobody living there. They can't rent it out.
Okay, and so there's nobody there that's being affected by this?
No, not right now. But anybody who walks by or has gone in, they automatically notice something going on in there. And
So
are not believers,
Yeah, well, then there's nothing you can do, and in fact, I mean, other than to pray. And if you have no legal right to go in there, physically legal or spiritually legal, then I would stay out of there, because you're picking a fight, is what I'm telling you. Smurfy has a comment, and so does Valerie. Guys, both of these are PRT veterans. I'm going to say, Smurfy says, don't just go to haunted places and try to rebuke. That's true.
Right.
He says they have a right to be there. Now, here's the thing about that. Yes and no. If you move into a place, whether they're there or not, on the physical plane, they are not supposed to have the right to harass you. Okay, if there is no coexistence to be found, because we're living in a spiritual zoo all around us at all times. Mm-hmm. People don't realize this. You're floating in the ocean. Look down, and you see those big fish down there, those shadows. They're all around you at all times. If you put on glasses and you could see into the fourth density, you would be scared to death, especially for the uninitiated. Now, it's a terrifying thing. I would not go in there and pick a fight. I just wouldn't. It's just not called for. But if you feel like you need to help these people, then you need to gather, 2 or more gather together, and it shall be done. Now, then you need to be really strong in the faith. And I don't have time to give you a whole big old lesson. But
I don't want to take up all your time here, Josh. I know you're probably talking about other things before I came in. I just wanted to kind of hook up with you. And I did leave a message a little whiles back in your, I have plenty of stories, in my life. But maybe you can even put some in your book. But if
get with me and we can chop it up and talk, and maybe you can come back and we can do a show with you or something. We'll talk. Send me another email, because I get a lot of emails every week.
How do you want me to?
Well, just put your name on there, Frank Stagno, and I'll
letters or something.
Yeah.
Question, capital letters.
Yeah. We can talk off air. We'll try to.
Yeah, I would like to talk to you off air, because I don't want to keep you going here. I don't want to take all your time.
No, you're not. It's everybody's doing, And then I wanted to read another comment here, but I'm going to let you run, Frank. And anything else, Sean? Did you have to say, or from?
I do. The stuff about the dragon. You really were interested in that, and I found a lot of answers about that. Now, I could say it publicly here. I would feel sort of more comfortable to say it privately with you, just to get your kind of insight. Because I have a lot of questions because I've learned a lot about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of your call. I could say it publicly here, but it is it's a very personal subject. I'll put it that way. It's quite personal. Yeah. So it's kind of your call. I can talk about the stuff I've seen out in the forests otherwise. So it's kind of your call.
Yeah, let's Sean, why don't you come back next Saturday again and we'll continue this.
Okay.
You want to do that?
We could I give me I could, I guess, talk about a little more about the dragging the subject matter, at least one more kind of theme, and then we can leave it for the next Saturday so everyone else can talk. If you would.
Yeah, I just have a few things I want to say about what Frank.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay.
And then I wanted to get into that. If you want to hold on, I can do that, and then we can finish it up. And James, you're welcome to stick around or whatever. We lost Tom. Tom went into the abyss. Hopefully not. But you know, one of the things that was said here, I'm trying to find the comment, was from Valerie. And she says,
she's talking about discernment.
This is where discernment is imperative because the principality may have rights to that area. Pray and fast before stepping on the spiritual battlefield with it. See, there are legalities, like I said. I'm going to say this, and it may sound like I'm putting humans above demons, and I am. We have the right to be anywhere on this earth. Now, they can harass you if you're on their turf, but we don't have the right to harass them, and they don't have the right to harass us. They can be wherever they're going to be, but you can live around something, and it's very innocuous. It's their choice to be obnoxious, and it's your choice to return it with obnoxiousness. Some beings don't like being disturbed, and they want to be alone, which is why oftentimes they'll go to places that are uninhabited because they don't want to be around people. And then the next thing you know, people move in. Tomorrow night, tune in because there was a guy who did that. I'm assuming this house he stayed in was probably abandoned for a reason, and he ran into something.
This is tomorrow night, Josh?
Tomorrow night, yeah. And I think it would show you why you got to be real careful when you enter into places he wasn't prepared for what was there.
Show?
Tomorrow night, the show will be on about 7:30.
Okay. I'm Eastern, so would it be, well, I don't know where you're at, but.
Yeah, I am Central. Okay, so it'll be about 8:30 your time.
Okay.
So you guys show up tomorrow night. Sundays are always our big night. And we retell people's encounters, and I and myself, Anthony and Tony are going to get back in and start doing the hour-long podcast episodes too for Spotify. If anybody's interested in that, they've been clamoring. Some of these people, though, they're like, "You haven't made anything in months, in a month and a half, whatever." And I'm like, "I'm doing shows like 4 times a week," and they're like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "Because they refuse to leave Spotify." You know, you're like, well, I guess you're going to starve because, you know, it's like you're in the grocery store, you're starving. Well, you know, it's like, dude, it's right there. There's some crackers, there's some cheese and some.
So, Josh, I just want to thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being a listener.
Frank. Yeah, and nice to meet you. And your sons are great there. Those are your sons.
Those are not my sons, but might as well be. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. But anyway, I'll send you an email and I'll get off and I'll watch the show tomorrow and I'll be listening. I'll be on just listening there. So I appreciate your time, Josh. I really thank you for hearing me out.
Keep me updated. You got my email address. It's joshturner@prtpodcast.com.
Okay, let me just quickly write that down. Only take me a second.
Okay.
Josh. How do you spell Josh? Josh, right?
Yeah, Josh, and this is
Turner?
Turner. Yeah, Turner. PRTpodcast.com.
PRT?
Mm-hmm. PRTpodcast.com.
PRT podcast.com. I'll keep you informed of what's going on. Maybe I'll even when I decide, I'm still waiting for, the Lord to really confirm. Right now, I'm just going around asking people what's gone on, and I've learned a lot of what's going on. And I mean, this is what Christianity is supposed to do, right? We're supposed to save somebody. And think about it. There's 300 people that live in my building, right? And it so happened to be that I ended up talking to the management, and they didn't mind me doing to do this. So I'm saying, let me spend some time praying, fasting, seeking the Lord, and asking advice from people who know, and so that I can find my way in this. But it's to not just reach out to one people. If this is a success, other people will come to me, and they will want to talk with me, right? So this is not just reaching one person. And I definitely don't want anybody living in that place not knowing what they're getting into. This is very unfair, and not just unfair, but it's just going to cause the next person to have a very bad experience. And I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I knew and I can do something about it. So appreciate your time. Sorry, Josh, I've taken too much of your time.
No, not at all. You didn't take any more time than anyone else.
But I'll keep in touch. And if you want to know some other stories, I mean, I have plenty of other things that I really like. Wow, I mean, I tell, what, Josh, this is the truth. When I talk to other people, Christians, okay, they're so narrow-minded about this.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, there's no such thing as, Sasquatches and UFOs, and there's no such thing as, paranormal haunted houses or, all this kind of stuff. And it's almost ignorance is completely bliss, right? Meanwhile, there's people that go missing in forests, and, so many bad things are happening. The occult's on the rise. Everything is just gone into the, it's occultic. Witchcraft is so highly on the rise, and it's causing a lot of people. And Christians are supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be like, even I read a book about missionaries going to China, and they went there to preach the gospel, and they found out that the gospel, so the nation in India, I don't know if you ever read the book from Nevis. In the 1800s, his last name is Nevis. He's a missionary, and he went there, and he was constantly busy with people that were having issues with the evil and the paranormal, and he was setting them free by the power of God, right? So, I mean, like, what's happening today, that this complete thinking is no longer in existence in the church anymore today. They're so spiritually blind to what is going on. And like myself, I've had the opposite of their, like, how they think. And to me, it was like, like the power of God's real and devils are real. And I've had a whole lot of fun taking them out, right? And I just like to see the success on this one, but this is completely different because, I mean, there's nobody there, and it's still there. And I'm going, what is it doing there? Like, how is it managing to stay there? It's killing people, destroying people's lives. And I just don't want that happen. Anyways, sorry, brother. I'll keep in touch with you. And I'd like to be a friend to you. And I'd like to also keep you informed. And I'm probably going to need some prayer warriors to back me up as well. So, Josh, I'll leave you the rest to say.
Yeah, for sure. And thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you showing up.
Thank you. You're welcome for that. God bless you. Take care of yourself. All right, Josh.
Good night. So that's Franco here. And James, do you have anything else to say?
I wanted to add a method I like to use only when it's in your space. If you have something and you're comfortable facing it, I usually use a big knife. I like to get theatric about it. Middle iron is better. This is just stainless steel.
Definitely true.
What I do is, I actually wrote this down as I was listening. In the name of Christ, light my light, be my blade with fury and might, and create something, be theatric, and imagine I often imagine a blue flame flowing down a blade and drawing wards with the blade upon my space. It actually does wonders. You'd be amazed.
Yeah, it's funny because like I don't think that what you're saying is you're calling it theatrics, and a lot of people would probably criticize you and say that that's silly. But I know that the Bedouins, when they pitch their tents in the desert, they always hang their blades above the entrances because they believe that it keeps the jinn out. Steel, pure real steel, whether it's Toledo or Japanese steel, or a pure form of it, Damascus is a good one.
Oh yes.
It really does work, and I think that the basis in that, like the horseshoe that's hung above the iron in it, it's breaks up electromagnetic impulses, and these beings, they use electricity, and so our ancestors knew that, and they were like, put nails. They used to do that. It was an old Celtic tradition.
Yeah.
The Gaelic, and they would put nails all over the walls in different places. And over time, nails began to be less and less iron and more alloy. But metal like gold and silver, gold is a lot more potent, but silver will do. Silver's pretty strong. You're just going to get hard. It's hard and very expensive to get pure gold. So silver will do, copper will work too, but you should hang it in different places around your house. I'm just giving you the advice. Some people take copper wind chimes and hang them outside. I did, because the energy, it gets broken up, and so knives are very, very, very special. They really are. And when you say that about the theatrics or whatever, listen, that's actually very, very correct, because you need to imagine a white light. Sometimes the blue light is another one, or even red is it's like a healing thing. And the color will come to you when you go through it in your mind's eye. It'll come to you. Sometimes
mine is just like yellow. That one behind Starscream there, the blue.
Yeah. That's actually a very potent type of blue, the blue healing light. And so it's a protection, it's a healing, giving the white light and just bathing and basking in that white light. That's there for a reason. That's a true thing. And envision it on your blade. Close your eyes and just envision it. When you put hands on people and you pray in the name of Christ, also envision the white light, the source, which is God, that gives you that energy to heal people. It's not you doing it. You're just the conduit, but it's actually a very true thing, and because your brain is a very powerful tool. There's some people that are absolutely spiritually dead, and I don't care what they say or what they do. They couldn't heal anything. Nothing. Them laying their hands on you is like a corpse. Now they do believe in God and they believe in Christ, and all they do is sit around and worry about their health. They worry about whether they're going to go to heaven or hell, and they should, because there is no redemption for them. They're doomed because they don't feel anything when they do evil. It doesn't affect them in any shape or form, and they're so far removed from the true path that there's no hope for them at all. I know several of them in this field, and I'm not going to pass judgment and say where they're going to go. I'm just glad I'm not in their shoes. I don't have that lack of empathy that they have, but they're evil, and they're given over to. I mean, they are so obsessed upon by demons and devils that there's nothing they can do. Nobody can do anything for them. You can pray for them all day long, and we will. We're supposed to. That's what we're supposed to do. But don't expect anything to happen, because it's just, we're told to pray for them. That's all you can do. And those people, that do these things that they do, leading people astray too, with lies and treachery and deceit, and then throwing shade on other people, which is what they do. They're going to pay a huge penalty for that. There's a lot that needs to be said. And so whenever you make a mistake, the best thing you can do is just say, look, I made a mistake, whatever, but there's nothing you can do to make them do that. They will never repent, truly. They're so far removed from God that they think that they are God. And they'll speak for God, which is another great sin. And people do it, and they just keep doing it, and they just dig the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. But there's always a price to pay, whether in this world or the next, or both. Most people will pay both. It's just, it keeps going. It's like a credit card. You use it up, eventually you got to pay it. Mm-hmm. Or it'll destroy your future will be destroyed. I'm telling you. That being said, I'm going to let you run, James. It was good having you on. Thanks.
All right, great. On. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
And it was good talking to you, man. You take care of yourself, okay?
Will do, sir.
All right. And Sean, I'm going to let you run. I'm going to have you come back if you would like on Saturday. If you're available Saturday, we can continue with this.
Absolutely, Josh. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I had a good time with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well.
You too. And so, what we have here, what people are talking about tonight, kind of got into some other things with Frank. Francis, if you want to come back on, jump back on, you can. You said you'd email me, but if you want to come back or whatever, you can come. Yeah. Michelle says God hates pride and sexual immorality. That's a lot of people. I think we'd all be lying if we all said that we've never lusted or that we did not be puffed up with pride. Everybody has felt these things. It is a human nature. You shouldn't go in anger and hate yourself, because you have felt, sin. Everybody is a human nature. It's to live in sin, but you don't stay there. That's the thing. It's how you move forward that matters. And trying to get, people to move in a forward way, to get away from their sinful proclivities is very hard, especially when you're just a human doing it yourself. Mm-hmm. You're trying to tell people, hey, do what's right, but you yourself have your own demons that you're fighting, your own battles that you're fighting. So that's the thing. We've all fallen short of the glory of God. I've had shows where I just flat out said things. I was like, you know what, F you, it's anger. That's one of my problems. And then you say things and do things that are immoral and incorrect. I think everybody has bear false witness at some point. I think everybody has judged people wrongfully. I'm not a thief, I can tell you that. But in some form or another, you've stolen things from people and probably don't even realize you did it. We all commit sin. It's what we are. And there's these people that sit up there in their piety and judgment. And I laugh at those people because in the end, they're going to be judged the most harshly. That which you do to others is going to be returned to you in a big way. So I've often thought about, the things that I've done and felt like, hey, you know what, this isn't correct. But I know as long as I have my anchor, which is God, and through the Holy Spirit and Christ, his son, I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'm not afraid of death. I don't live in fear of hell, and I don't live in joy of heaven thinking, I'm going to go to heaven and get a bunch of rewards. Mm-hmm. I don't care about that. I really don't. And I don't care about the pain of hell. I don't think that I will go there. Nor do I sit here and long to go to heaven. There's some people that are like, I just want to go home to heaven. How do you know heaven is your home? Have you ever been there?
Does it exist?
Yeah. You have a longing to go there, but that doesn't mean that that's your home. Does it exist? Well, it exists in many forms.
People are saying I look bored. I'm not bored. I'm listening in. I'm giving Josh respect because Josh knows I have my mixed opinions about religion, theology, and all that. I tried to.
Well,
be...
that's why we stopped. So you could say
no.
You could say you're ridiculous.
I try to be polytheistic in that.
Time.
Like I try not to piss off the gods.
The
like
gods, huh?
The gods, yes, the multiple gods, because that's what I believe in. Now, as far as everybody thinking that, well, I'm going to do all this and I'm going to be number one in heaven, and it's going to be great, good luck. You're going to be in for a huge disappointment. So I don't know, and it's also right there what he was saying. I find a lot of people that are uber religious are also uber judgmental.
They all are. Very,
and I'm
very
like, why?
so, you know? Why
would I want to pay attention to that? Like, why would I want anything of that if all you do is like judge people? You know. So,
well,
but
let me
it's
ask
good
you
faith.
this.
It's a good moral compass for people, and I love that people have that.
Let me ask you this. You know me. I've always been Christian. I've always had. But have I ever judged you for your behavior?
God, no. Not even when I show up, you know, right off my ass, you know, needing to just chill at the house. So, no, I never got judged by you. You know, there were people I judged. You know, I think the worst was probably listening to those you remember those strip clubs I used to work in. I'd have those preachers would come in trying to chastise you about, oh, I can't believe you work here. It's a sin. Make another beer and a lap dance. I'm like, man, go f yourself, dude. It's like, seriously, like you have such a screwed up thing. It's just like watching the news last week. There's some preacher. Apparently he was doing something to some 12-year-old girl. I saw the picture of this guy and I'm like, that guy looks like a creeper. Like, why would you even let your kids around this person there? And that's my explanation.
People that they pay attention to are so psychotic looking.
Oh yeah.
One of the things too, when we were working downtown, Scream and I, and Squid and Diablo and Scorpion, all of us, there would be these people that were Pentecost, and they would come to the corner. This always shocked me, the way that they would do this. And they would stand there, and they would go to the corners of Trinity and 6th. And it's in the heart of 6th Street. They would have this big megaphone. And they'd be like, you are going to hell. You are a sinner. You're down here. You're doing bad, and blah, 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 blah. And I would walk by, and they'd be like, hey, you, blah, blah. And I would stop, and I'd be like, you know, hey. You know, when I first met them in the late 90s, I said, what is your deal? I said, well, where is your church at? Can you give me a flyer or something? Maybe I want to go. And I wasn't being a smart mouth, and then they didn't care about that. They just continued going, you're going to hell. You're a sinner. You will be damned. And I'd be like, where's your church? You. And I'm like, wow. So they never had any inkling at all, inclination of you going to their church to become whatever transcendence they're trying to spill, you know.
Yeah. It's like
so there was nothing involved in helping you. They just wanted to scream and yell and be pious and just keep doing it, and they just scream over you.
They wanted to be centerpiece. That was the original social media. Like, look at me, I'm so awesome, and you're so bad. And that's the thing. Like, you look at some of these churches. Like, I've read Bible. I've read the different books. God never said build me a multi-billion-dollar church, multi-million-dollar church. He said, you know what? Don't be a dick. Don't kill people. Don't go right. He said, he gave you a very simple shit. Don't do these 2 things. Don't do these 10 things. Great. He never said anything about I want a multi-million-dollar church with a rock band and a freaking cross that's 300 feet in the air and everybody kiss my. He never said any of that shit. Never.
Yeah.
And when he sees people like,
And when did Christ preach like that? You know, by the way, like screaming at people on the street and just condemning everyone. It's like, do you honestly think that that's a proper representation of Christ? Actually, you're doing the opposite. You're dishonoring the very faith that you claim to have because you're turning people away from it. You know, through your overzealous pride.
So I try to give respect to everyone, and no matter what they pray to, who they pray to, whatever. My only issue that comes down to is if it comes down to hatred. Like, oh, mine's better than you, and I'm going to kill you for it. Like, okay, well then I don't want to listen to that shit. Like, I don't care. You want to listen to God, Buddha, Allah, Jah, whatever. Do whatever. Great, whatever gets you through life and helps you not be a jerk. But once that message turns into hatred and anger, like I don't need to listen to it. I got too much crap in there. But as far as what you were saying, that people shouldn't go chasing demons. Don't go chase the demons. Let me give you some advice from experience.
They'll come to you as
they will come to you.
You don't have to go and pursue them.
Yeah, they come to you and they don't leave you. So it's one of those things where You know, everybody's got their own demons they fall around. Some of us, a few more, but it is what it is. So.
Yeah, and I thought the way that Wolf handled, I thought the way that Wolf responded to James, you know, saying that basically, yeah, I practice these practices that summon demons and other beings. I thought it was really, really impressive. And really, I thought you set a really good example, because you know that's something that we very much don't condone. But Wolf, you like Abe says, you maintain a love foundation.
Yeah.
And you know, you treated James with respect and with you know, with love, and you spoke from the heart. And you know, it's okay to disagree as long as you're doing it from a place of understanding and compassion. And I wanted to share a thought while James was on, but I didn't want to interrupt you because well, anything that you can say is a lot more deep and profound than whatever thought I had. So I felt that I shouldn't interrupt you. But James, if you're still watching, I do feel compelled to share a thought with you that whenever you're summoning these beings or dealing with them in any way, shape, or form, I do believe very strongly that they will allow us the illusion of control, and as human three-dimensional simple human beings, that it's easy for us to believe that we do have a modicum of control over what these things do and how they affect us. But I in my heart, I truly believe that's an illusion. And I'm speaking from a place of love here. I really hope that you commit completely and entirely to Christ, and I think it's a very good thing that you do believe in Christ. But it's something. Christ is it's got to be an all or nothing thing. I fully believe that. That's why he says, "Be ye hot or cold, or I will spew you from my mouth." And then the last thing that I or Christ would want for your soul is to be spewed from his mouth. In Scripture, when it says, you know, when these people approach Christ and they say, "Have we not cast out devils, demons in your name?" and he says, "Depart from me, I never knew you." I think that is. I don't want your soul to go down that road and to be one of those people whom Christ says, "Depart from me, I never knew you."
But it's all you can do, man. You can advise, you can suggest, but you know, we never chastise. Like, people are going to go their own routes, man. Just like me. Like, it's when we go back to, let's turn the Wayback Machine. What, 20 some odd years? What was that? Wolf, I showed up, just blitzed out of my mind. Like, hey, I need money. I need a place to work. So you let me come in, let me work a few nights, get some cash, so I get out of the city. You know, it didn't judge. I'm sure, yeah, there was some thoughts in the back of his head, like, the hell's going on? But, you know, he advised, like, hey, you get your shit together. Same thing here. Like, you want to do whatever. You want to go chase. You want to try to summon. Do whatever. All we advise is that, you know what, it's dangerous. Watch yourself. Be careful. Same thing. And I know this from experience, because that's why I used to flip and trip on the other side, was to try to summon people I had lost. Didn't exactly find them, but I found some other things, and those things, they stay with you, unfortunately. And it's one of those things we were talking, like, they never actually leave you. No, they never leave. You know, you can kind of drown them out a little bit and maybe not let them affect your life, but no matter what, whether or not you go chasing demons or not, everybody has their shit that they carry around with them. Forever.
Oh yeah, and I think there's nothing more powerful. There's no power higher, or nothing more powerful than the love of God, the Father of Christ, and the way that we express that here in this life, I think, is by expressing love towards our fellow man and fellow woman, and that's why I think this is the proving ground right here, because it's like, how are you going to treat someone who doesn't share your faith, who doesn't share your opinions, will you treat them like they're less than you, or will you actually do as you're commanded? Because Christ never asked us to love one another. He never asked us to do things. He commanded these things. So will you do as you are commanded, at all costs, no matter what it costs you, no matter how difficult or painful it is, And I thought tonight was a really good expose of that. It's a really good example was set.
Well, to that though, God expects it to turn in your mortal body completely used up at the end. God doesn't want a pristine body turned at the end. That's boring.
Well, the thing is, when you have people who differ opinions than you, it happens to me all the time. Some people in this community, the knee-jerk react is to just go on the attack and reject, and then
I read the Reddit comments.
Pharisaic show of it, and then they'll talk about it. They're probably going to go talk about it on their pathetic excuse for shows and go, look at this man. He had a man on there that said things that did not agree with us. And who cares? You're a Pharisee.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Those people, I hazard to guess, some of them have probably never really known Christ, and it's going to be very sad in the end when he says that.
Most of them probably just need Play-Doh and a crayon. Look, that's the problem with the issue that we have in the world is that everybody's like, well, you don't agree with me, so I hate you, and now I'm going to make a big stink about it. Like, so what? Not everybody's supposed to agree. If everybody agree with each other, let's say everybody looked like me on this planet, this would be a pretty scary place. But it'd be pretty boring as well. We're supposed to have difference of opinion. We're supposed to have different thoughts. That's how we're supposed to get off. Here's the plain fact. Is I tried to tell this. I told somebody on my team. It's like, look, let me explain this to you because he was freaking out. Like, let me just break it down for you. Very simple. You're going to die. Not today. I mean, probably not today. Probably not tomorrow. But one day you're going to die. Everybody dies. It happens. Just make peace with it. Like whether you live to be 20, 40, 67, who knows? You're going to die. Make peace with it. Don't do anything to purposely kill yourself and, enjoy that. And you're going to screw up, life, love, business, money, whatever. It happens. Try not to repeat it, but the main thing is we're sitting on this rock spinning in the middle of 8 other rocks. I'm going to say 9 because F Neil deGrasse Tyson. Pluto's still a planet in my book. So we're spinning on this rock in a solar system of 9 rocks. We fly through comets. We have solar waves, radiation, or those solar waves that fly out every month that could possibly knock all this back to the Stone Ages any month. There's so much things going on out of our control for us to spend time with this, ridiculous electronic creation of terror that we've created with this internet and all these trolls. It's a complete waste of our resources. Like we should be focusing on either A, trying to get off this planet, B, trying to figure out how to feed everyone, or so many more positive things. And what do? We spend our time berating and bashing each other. And that is it's pathetic, But, back to him and hey, more power to him. He has his life and he wants to do that. Cool. Let us know what happens. And, if he needs some help as far as, summon something crazy, great. Let us know.
And you can learn something from everyone.
I'm a big believer, though, too. Things are done in God's time. And if something happens, then it's God's will. I mean, you just, it's not your job to, pretend, because it's pretend, let's be honest, like you're the arbiter or whatever, and that you're God's man. You'll know it if you're God's man. When God tells you to do, you'll feel it. You'll know it. You don't have to go around judging people and telling people this and telling people that. That's not what we're here for.
Yeah.
And there's some people that do this, and it's sad, and it's a pathetic sham.
Yeah. And
they make the most baseless claims, but they do get the retards to follow them. Yeah. It's sad, they get people to follow them. It's a sad thing.
Well, it's a herd mentality. It's you talk to one individual person by themselves alone, and for the most part, 80% of people, you can have an intellectual conversation. A couple of them maybe, but once you get to a certain number, it's like talking to a group of sheep or cattle. Like one little thing that spooks them and they run off everywhere. So that's the issue. We're no different than all the other mammals on the planet.
So this is Francis. Francis, we are about to wrap it up here. What do you got going on?
Well, hello, Josh. I was trying to put the little one down. I thought he was asleep, so I have 3 Dogman encounters and
Oh, geez.
spiritual.
Do you think you could like call back on next Saturday and tell us? Because that would be great.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. I have spiritual warfare dreams. And I've had experiences as a child, encounters with Jesus Christ as a kid. I didn't know who he was then, so yeah, I definitely can call you next Saturday.
And also, if have you emailed me or have you given me your story?
I was just gonna email you because I was having, gotta take care of things here at home, but I can also do that if that's what you would prefer.
Email me, and just in case we don't reconnect on Saturday, because a lot can happen in a week, and then you might be like, well, I'm going to go to a pizza party at Chuck E. Cheese's or whatever, on Saturday. Maybe you don't want to talk to me. I don't know, whatever you got going on,
I can also send you my my phone number too, so we can talk.
Okay, yeah, and so email me that, Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com.
Will do. All right.
Yeah,
you have a good night.
And maybe we can work it out. You can come back on next Saturday, because I am so backed up and behind on encounters. And Anthony's been, I mean, even though we accidentally deleted, I deleted some. It's happened a couple times. I don't know how I keep messing with stuff, but yeah. So if you could, though, for sure, I'd love to have you come back on Saturday. But between now and then, let me see what you got. Maybe we can talk.
Okay, definitely will.
All right. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate you listening to PRT.
Yep. Absolutely. You have a great night.
You too, Francis. Be safe.
Will do.
Yeah, I hear that.
So,
kids always get in the way, man. Kids.
Well, how are you? Speaking of kids, how are your kids doing?
I think they're good, man. They're good. The 3-year-old, he was. I think he had the same stuff I did, but he was pretty damn resilient, man. He was down for like 2 days, and then. He was a little bit tired, and then he was fine. Me, honestly, that's the first time I had it since the whole fun had begun. So,
really, you had not had it?
Never had it.
Wow.
And I had to take tests every day because my company, I didn't get the shot, and so they made me a martyr. They're like, well, you need a test every single day. Then I was like, but I'm not even going to the office. Like, we don't care. I'm like, oh, fine, whatever. I'll jab my nose every day. I used to do it in the 90s. Might as well do it again. Fine. So, it was interesting. Like the first day was bad. But I had some leftover. I always, whatever, take a sip. I always save, like if I get some kind of pills, like hydrocodone, especially, like if I don't use them all when they give them to me when I'm sick, I'll save them. Like, fine, I'll save these for later when I actually need them. And I had some left over. Tried to explain that also to somebody I work with. I was like, you went to the dentist and did they give you things? Like, yeah, but I didn't take it. I was like, dude, you always take the drugs, man. I was like, what? I was like, yeah, always take the drugs because you might need those later. Like, yeah, you may not be an addict or you may not do this. It's fine. If they give you a prescription for like hydrocodone or some kind of whatever, go ahead and get the prescription because you may not need it. Somebody else will. And it's America where we have the most effed up medical system. So always get the drugs, especially if they're paid for under insurance. Just take them. Anyways. Took that, knocked myself out for like a day or two, and really it was just that, man. It was a headache, and it was a taste, really. You know what it was? It was that's what threw me off, and it's still throwing me off. Was stuff like I love to eat, like jalapeno sausage and stuff like that. It had this nasty taste to it, where I couldn't even stand to taste it. I couldn't even stand to eat it.
Everything tastes different. Everything's weird.
Yeah, and then they gave me that one weird Paxlovid, whatever that's like 3-pill pack. Like, here, take this for 5 days, and. It was good. I had this urge to like go out and, vote for Joe Biden and rent a tent in front of the Capitol, ask for money.
Let's not talk about politics.
I'm just kidding. I'm not. But it was when I took that stuff.
Because some people actually do believe that. I mean, it's.
Hey, we got one guy. They're both out of their mucking minds. Our political parties are.
Except one of them actually can help with the economy. The other one.
I don't want to vote for anybody that's under 65. So I'm going straight. I don't care who it is. Anybody under the age of 65, I would vote for right now. Hell, I'd vote for a Smurf. Anyways, so I took that stuff and it just made everything taste bad. And that was fine. Like I gave myself a test after a week and I was like, all right, good to go. But But yeah, and then I talked to a few people. A lot of people had got it. So yeah, there's a new strain going around. COVID 2.
Well, my brother's in the hospital, so hopefully he doesn't.
So yeah, what happened? So hang on, I gotta ask. Does everybody know what's going on with him?
No, we
I had to ask.
Mentioned it fully.
I stepped on his testicle.
Yes. I texted Deli. I was like, what the
he's
hell's
listening
going on?
right now. He's probably going like, Starch gave me people.
No, that's why I wanted to know. She texted me that, and I just started laughing. I'm like, oh my god. So
I got to jump in his lap, got overzealous.
Man,
he's actually been writing a book too about his experiences in the house we lived in.
Oh, I thought he was going to write a book about this
I love y'all, but if y'all die,
yeah,
seriously, yeah. I love y'all, but if you die from getting your nuts stepped on by a dog, I'm going to give you shit at your funeral. All right, it's going to happen.
Well, people don't realize how we were back in the day. They think that we were just a bunch of brawling bouncers. No, we were a little more organized, and we did some things back in the day, and people don't realize that was all part of it. I mean, we would just constantly crack on each other and beat each other up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I beat up everybody in the group at some point. I was not a nice guy, but I wasn't a terrible guy, but I was a pirate captain.
Well, we had to make sure people weren't going to get knocked out if they were behind us. So,
that's right.
I mean, you got to know, like, look, if you're behind me, I got to know you're still standing in like 37 seconds.
We had some really powerful, like alpha male type people that rolled with us, and at some point they would challenge me. I mean, you got to know that your leader is the strongest guy. You can't just be following some jackass with who thinks he's got ideas, because not only did you have to be smart and make people money, but you had to be able to beat their ass too, or they're not going to follow you. I mean, it was very much like that, and people they really don't understand what we went through. They don't know how it was. There was nothing but bad people all around us.
Very much.
I mean, we were surrounded by bad people, and we were outnumbered a lot of times, but our willingness to commit acts of violence upon people's face, breast, chest, neck, and head area made people.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. A lot of them deserved it.
They did. We had some Peaky Blinders things going on, and it was a little bit of Sopranos mixed with Peaky Blinders. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we tuned some people up, I mean, I knocked the dude's, like I said, the dude's eye right out of his head. I mean, knocked the guy's nose off his face, tore a guy's ear off. I mean, I pretty much covered the whole face at some point with something. Another time, a guy's lip was hanging down. Happened a couple times. Broke some people's jaws. That deep purple blood coming out of their mouths. It's not funny, that this stuff that went on.
That's why I never worried about the Mortal Kombat games. Like, people are like, "Oh, the video games." I was like, I see it in real life, man. Y'all should.
I mean, if people look at, actually, this side of my face is a little more robust than this side, because I have a swell that's been there since I was young, because I got hit in the head, like boom, boom, boom on this side of my head. I want people looking at it now and going, he does have more flesh pushed out on this. Because, and I have a skull fracture on the back of my skull back here where I got hit in the back of the head with a golf club. But I managed to cut that guy's Achilles tendon and then stab him. So
okay, we're going into felony now. We're just kidding. Didn't mean that.
Just kidding, folks.
Statue that happened in Minecraft
over 20 years.
It was something I did on the Play Tendo games. The game box. The game box. I did it on the game box.
Yes.
What happens now. I mean, I got attacked, and jumped one time in the parking garage. And these guys, I mean, I managed to get myself against the wall. And so it was kind of like a 300 situation where they were just kind of funneled into me one at a time. Bad move on their part. I mean, they should have tried to work around a way to get to me. That was probably one of the scariest, because you're by yourself, and these dudes are they're asking each other where the gun is. And you're sitting there going like, how much time do I have? I mean, there was some bad situations I was in, and then I had the guy put the gun to my head, and then he was too scared to pull the trigger. And then my brother and Oka were like, don't ever do that again. Why did you do that? I said, because I didn't give a shit. And the guy's like, I'll do it, man. I'll do it. And I'm like, well, then do it. What are you waiting on? Why is my brains not blow out the back of my skull? You're just going to sit here.
Well,
I get the one that's going to talk and not do anything.
That's
like
for the
on
20s and 40s. We don't
Good,
put
Bad,
that
and the
much
Ugly. If
thought
you're gonna
into it.
shoot, don't talk.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, do it. And they shot up my truck.
That's
You know,
just mean.
there was a lot of bad things that went on. And then, of course, you know, everybody knew where I lived, but nobody bothered to shoot up my house. I was surprised by that. They waited till I left to shoot at my truck.
Well, it's because like there was too many cops watching your house, so they weren't.
I didn't want to say that, but that's probably why. Because they had an RV outside my house, and I had Willie giving them coffee. And then I was like, "Hey, fuckface, you know, here's some coffee because I know you're sitting there." This was real life for me. I mean, I'm not playing. They think I'm just, you know, there's people that are like, "Oh, he talks about being a gangbanger." Bitch, I wasn't no gangbanger. I didn't walk around wearing blue and red and having a rag down my damn ass. No. Okay. These people have no clue. That's, you know, but it is a testament to God and to Christ that I could take going from being one of the worst, most dangerous people to being a normal person, at least to some degree of normalcy, and turn my life around and not be an aggravated assaulter. You know, I mean, I don't, my first reaction now is not to take somebody and flip them around and body slam their skull into the concrete, you know, or to kick them in the leg and break their femur, you know, which I've done that too. It's to say, hey, look, you know, when you're having a bad day, you know, I politely tell them to F off. Now, I lost my cool a couple nights ago because these guys kept pulling up next to us and saying things. So I said some things back. I probably shouldn't have done that, but I'm not scared of you. Don't, you know, when people pull up and they start talking, I don't give a shit what you're going to do.
I did that a few months ago. Well,
because it gets on your nerves. Eventually, you get tired of it. You're like, look, dude, if these people could only look and see who you were at one time, they would not be opening their mouths and saying silly shit.
Oh God, no, I had some teenagers mess with me at a freaking restaurant, dude. I was trying to keep my cool, and they're just like, one of them flipped me off, and I ended up walking back in the restaurant, and I grabbed all the waters and just splashed it on their face. There's like 7 of them. They're like looking at me like what? Like,
that's now assault too. You can't even throw water.
That's assault, splashing water. I had to look it up, and I was like, oh crap, there we go. Like everything. Now I'm not going to get a charge.
I know one time me and Scream were at Mr. Getty's. You know, they have the buffet pizza, whatever. I know we were there, and this one guy he mouthed off to my brother, and my brother just took his thumb and stuck it in his eye and pulled him by his skull and threw him across the pizza bar, spilling pizza everywhere. And the only thing that made us upset was that you just threw the pizza everywhere.
Seriously.
Now we got to wait until they make more. Way to go, dude. There was one right there by the drag, which is now, it's now like a P. Terry's or something like that. But that's where it used to be. And then we were in there eating, and I remember having to leave and just being mad. I didn't care that he pushed the guy's eye back into his skull. I didn't care about that at all. I just cared that we didn't get to eat, you know. Something nowadays you'd be like, damn, dude, I hope the guy's okay.
No.
Back then, I didn't give a shit. Did he die? Oh, no. Well, then who gives a shit? I mean,
bleeding on himself, drooling everywhere. It's like, but what about the pizza?
What about the food? You know,
what about the damn pizza, man?
Starscream and I were on TV beating people up. I'm kidding you not. We were on Halloween, and they had it on KView or KXN, one of those, and they said that, and they showed it, and my mother saw it.
Such a proud moment in her life.
Yeah. But that was because of you, dude. You and Squid, or you and Chico, whatever, one of y'all goofballs, y'all were there, and the guy was in your face, and he pushed your face, and so, you know, I had to do what I had to do, and then it ended up on TV.
Why did everybody always punch me in the face? Everybody always wanted to go for my face too. It's like I never got hit in the stomach.
You have a very punchable face, Scream. I have to admit
All right, yeah, I can see that.
But you know, Squid though, people would try to sucker him from the side.
Well, yeah.
Squid, yeah. They didn't want to fight him straight up, and then, man, I seen Squid throw some uppercuts. Man, I'll never forget. I was standing there, and those Arabs, they always had like a bowl of fruit there, you know. So I was eating something, some kind of fruit, and I was like, "What is this?" And so I'm sitting there eating fruit, and blood just, I'm like, what the hell? And it was Chico had hit some guy, and his face was smushed inward because I guess the guy had a deviated septum. He probably did so much cocaine or something. I don't know. And then there was another time where Squid he uppercutted this dude, and the dude bit his tongue off. I've made people bite the tip of their tongue or break their teeth, but this guy bit he sliced it like a good, the tip, he'd probably be talking like this rest of his life. Let's put it that way. And I'm not even joking. Yeah, seeing the Scorpion.
Yeah.
Scorpion was there whenever that fight happened. He always talks about that. Him and Kenny, who both work for me now, and they're security guards, you know. But they were there when we beat those guys up on Hollywood. But that was ridiculous. They just hit you. And so I just started beating the crap out of those guys. They were 2 African American guys, and then the police, you know, jumped in and sprayed, and we had to jump back or whatever. But it was all real fast. It happened, you know, but when Squid hit that dude, the guy was in the middle of cussing him out in Spanish, and Squid just, you know, and the dude just, I saw it fall out of his mouth, and I was like, oh, what was that? So me and my brother were both kind of looking around on the ground after the fight. There was blood everywhere. And I said, oh, man, that is his tongue. That is his tongue. And then there was another one where Chico had punched some guy so hard. And Chico, of course, he was a luchador. He's 6'7". He punched some guy so hard. I think him and Big Mike were probably the hardest punchers I'd ever seen. And this guy's face just exploded. And so then he goes inside, and there's a tooth sticking in his forehead. Oh, and I said, Chico, you got something in your head. He goes, what is that? And he puts it, he thought it was corn. He goes, oh, the guy must, I said, that's a tooth. Ah, man. He goes, pinche cabrón, and something like that. You know, I said, go upstairs and get away from me. I don't want. But then A-Man, you remember A-Man?
Yeah.
He hit that guy when we were carrying him out, and his blood was like, you ever seen that big red Viking toy on Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
And Diablo was like, big red. And the guy turned, and Jerome was like holding him like this. And the guy was talking crap, but he had split his mouth, and the blood was just going like,
I feel like
it
it could
got
have been
on
like
me. It got
blood
on
donation
everybody. And I told A-Man, I was like, you little punk. You know, you hit that guy, you split his mouth. And the guy was like, blah, 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 you know, and then Dee's big hand came around to shut him up, you know, but it was war. I mean, it was war all the time. And I'll never forget when Tommy hit that one guy, and it was a big, tall Indian dude, and that he had a bottle in his hand. And when Tommy hit him, the bottle went into his head and just, you know, and you were like, holy crap. And then they wanted you to carry them out. I'm like, I'm not touching that guy. Because I don't want whatever bloodborne illness he has, you know. And I remember one time I broke a guy's finger, like he was pointing his finger in my face, and I just grabbed it and just snapped it upward, and it just split. And it was like this part was back here, and it was just squirting blood out. And then I slapped him. I was like, get out of my face, dude. You're going to sit here and poke me and whatever. And then he ran and got the cops, and he's like, he did it, you know. No, he didn't do that. But anyway, he was like, with the other hand, and I'm like, you had just punched a girl. He had just punched a girl in the face.
Yeah.
And we my brother, so D had hit him and knocked him back. And then he gets up and he's like, I'm going to sue you. Because the girl's his girlfriend. She's not going to press charges.
Entitlement.
She's just sitting over there or whatever. Like, she's not going to do it. And this guy's talking about, first he's talking about being a gangster. Then he's talking about suing me.
Yes.
And I'm like, get your finger out of my face, Holmes. And he kept doing it and like calling me Holmes. So I was mocking him. And I just grabbed his finger. And
so you get the Crips attorney down there to
well, the Bloods called the police on me, if you can believe that. And that's a true story right there on Cedar Street.
God, dude, those gangbangers, they gave the real gang such a bad name.
Yeah, you know, because I took a table leg and beat them with it. And then the guy pulls a gun out and he shoots and almost hits his friend. I'm like, what in the hell is wrong with these people? These Keystone gangsters over here. And then the cops come. And I'm hiding in the reeds I'm like, and then Jerome comes out and he's like, they did call the police player, because you know he's from Germany. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yes, this is a true story. Everybody knows this.
Yeah,
You've heard this before. And I go, the Bloods called the police on me. Those are Bloods. Those are Cedar Street Bloods. They called the police. Yes. Are you kidding me? He said, well, this guy did get hurt really bad. And I'm like, who the hell calls the cops? What is this? You know, I couldn't believe it. I was, you know.
But see, it's all this.
No lawsuits. No, you know why? There were the cops were in and out of there all the time. And they were always like, they'd pull me out like Gladiator, like the Praetorian. They'd, you know.
Bring him out. Bring him out. Bring him out. Damn it.
And they'd come and they'd bring me outside and they would sit there and they would give me a bunch of crap, but nobody would talk. That was the problem. It was like the Bowery Boys. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, officer. Look at your hands. I was like, well, I was taking out the trash and well, I fell forward onto the concrete. Well,
and that
this
guy
person is hurt really bad. Do they know what planet they're on? No, they don't. Okay, then go inside. Thank you.
Yes, they tripped on their own shoes. We'll see, and that's
quite a bit.
He fell.
That's why I don't sweat the things now. And it's like you were saying, like, you know, we have people that go off on us now, and you just have to kind of look at them and be like, you know,
yeah, it's retardation. I remember when they chased you out the back, and they handcuffed me and Squid to each other into the door.
Why you got to bring that every time?
Because I got handcuffed to a door and was left there for like an hour. Me and Squid, we were both handcuffed to a door, and they're like. And then they did something totally illegal, which is one of the reasons why they left us alone, because we got them in trouble because they were harassing us all the time. And I got beat up by the cops too. But one of them told me and Squid, he's like, if we don't get him, you're going to jail. And I'm like, what the hell did we do? This is the guy that shot the finger at you, not me. And then they chased you for shooting them the finger.
Yes.
Which was like, that was ridiculous. It had gotten so out of hand with them that they were looking for anything. So, folks, I got arrested for littering. You remember that? And it was Paisan, and he goes, you threw some flyer on the ground. I said, they're all over the ground. Which one is it? He goes, I don't know, but if you don't pick up the right one, I'm taking you to jail. I said, then fuck you. Take me to jail because I'm not going to pick up the right one. There's a million of them on the ground.
Can you identify the flyer?
We'll try. And I'm like, I'm not playing this game. So he took me to jail. And I got forearmed in the head and then thrown out of the paddy wagon and then sat there for a night. And then I got released. But I littered. I was littering.
But you know, the good thing, though, I mean, going to that local place on 7th Street, there was one of us that was always in there working as a trustee. So it was like, it's really like we're going to a hotel for a night.
Duke was in there like, hey, he lived there. He lived there. Duke's like, hey, man, I'm in here in jail again. No shit. Or Butch.
Here's some oranges. Here's some extra juice. Every time I go in there, he's like, hey, man, you're back. I'm like, yeah.
Get an extra green bologna sandwich.
Oh yeah, they didn't like the extra oranges and the juices. Everybody's like looking at it. Who are you? It's like we're just a bunch of screw ups. One of us is always.
You know what was? Some of the stories though were ridiculous. Like there was a story that I had beat some guys up and took their car and threw them off of this road. Or so. I was like, what in the hell? I was at the club and I heard this happen. You know, because Dion and his guys from Empire, they came up there and they were like, man, we heard you were doing all kinds. I'm like, oh, I'm just straight thugging, dude. I'm over here eating an apple. I didn't do that. Every time somebody fell down, they would come and the cops would be like, do you know anything about this? And I'm like, where did this happen at? They're like, San Antonio, about an hour ago. So I went to San Antonio and came back to 6th Street. I'm amazing.
Yes, Magic Time Machine.
I'm a wizard.
Magic Time Machine. There you go. But see, it's like, I don't know. That's why I try to sweat things now, and I have to always put that in perspective, especially at my job. There's a lot of people that are just like going off, and I'm just like smiling. I'm like, I swear to God, I really want to throw you out the fucking window right now, but I'm just gonna sit here and smile. Like, okay, all right,
smiling like the friendly assassin. I mean,
yes,
nice.
Like, sorry you didn't get that email about whatever it is you're complaining about. I know that's really, and you're very upset about it, but oh my God.
Well, you know, we got friends that are still in the joint.
I know.
I mean, they went to prison and they never got out. I mean, they did some things, you know, and like, you know, and then one of our friends, he did 8 years. He just got out recently. I mean, there's people that go in and out of jail. Chad, Tony's, you know, he was in there for 4 years. I mean, you know, I mean, because they weren't smart about things, though, too. They did silly things and they lost their cool and did it in front of the whole world.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I can remember now is that everything's recorded. Like it's different. Like so,
no cameras now. We would be in jail so fast it would make your head spin. So, but thank God that life is behind me. I don't do those things anymore. I mean, and you know, statutes of limitations just run out on everything. I didn't kill anybody, so they're good. I'm good. I don't. You know, I did go to Mexico with some pals, and Jack, one of our friends, punched a cab driver. And then he thought he would be cute and throw his cell phone into the ditch. And so then I'm like, what are we supposed to do now? He goes, well, we're going to drive the cab to the border. And then I'm like, we're looking for his cell phone because I'm like, I'm taking this guy's cell phone. The guy was not. He was just getting up. He wasn't dead. He was just unconscious. And it was me and Chief, Loki, and Jack. And I said, what are we supposed to do? And Scorpion. And I said, what are we supposed to do now? And Jack's like, well, I'm going to drive this cab over there to the Mercado. And then we're going to get out and we're going to walk across the border real calm. And I said, okay. Well, we couldn't find the guy's cell phone. And the guy was talking shit. And then he was like running behind the cab, hitting the cab as we're driving away. So then we get to the border, and get this. We get out, and it was like slow motion, dude. You know, like you're walking to the border, and you could see the federales coming out, and they had their dog. And it was like just everything was like Satori. And I'm walking up, and I'm like, you know, just, and everybody was nervous as shit except for Jack, who didn't seem like he was nervous at all. And then when we were walking, we were going across, we were halfway. They started whistling, and we turned around, and these Belgian Malinois were coming running at us. So we took off running, and then the other side, the customs were there waiting. Now, what you do in Mexico at that time, it didn't translate to the United States. So we got away with it. I look back, Scorpion's flat-footed ass is way back there. I was quite fleet-footed for a big guy. I was like right behind Jack, and Loki and Chief were behind me. And then Scorpion was way back there, and he almost got his ass bit by the dog. And he got to the border, and they whistled, and the dogs stopped. Those dogs were just on command. They stopped and turned. So the dipshit that had gotten punched apparently had gotten his bearings and called and said, hey, these guys stole my cab. And so, you know, I'll never forget that. It was crazy. And so then we get there, and then the customs sat there, and they ripped us up and down. They searched us and everything else. And I was mad as hell at Jack. I wanted to beat his ass. And they were telling me, you know, like, well, you know, you shouldn't have done that, dude. You shouldn't have punched that guy. That's why which is what you did wrong. And I finally got tired of their shit. And I said, look, we don't have dope on us. We didn't, you know, it happened in Mexico. The guy is okay regardless. It doesn't matter. It happened in Mexico. This is bullshit. Let us go.
He wants to take our. He wants to take our. Take your chances with the politeness and all the efficiency of the Mexican police. I'm sure that'll work out well for you.
That would have been really good to be like Gallo. He ended up, you know, Gallo ended up going to jail in Mexico. And
especially on the border. Like you might as well just kiss your ass goodbye. You're done. You're done. Like they. So,
but Gallo did something really bad. He walked up and shot a guy in the face.
Well, that's
so I mean, you know, and so he ended up going to jail in Mexico. But in Mexico, he only got 5 years.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is we need to take somebody south of the border, and then we can.
I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying,
all right.
See, it's an atheistic tendency there to do
I'll
bad.
keep that in mind. I'm not talking about for like some rando. I'm just talking about, you know, somebody deserves it. That's why I finally got my passport. Like finally, like a year ago. It's the first passport I ever had. People were like, you never had a passport? I was like, I was in Texas. Like, well, didn't you go to Mexico? Yeah, all the time. How'd you do without a passport?
You didn't have to back then.
Walk.
And I would go and hang out at El Gatos down there in Matamoros, you know, and you know, I was known down in the valley. I had a lot of people knew who I was. You know, I'm known around here, you know, locally.
Pretty sure
people don't realize on the internet. They think, oh, you're just a personality on the YouTube or whatever. But people know who you are. You know, I have a reputation here, but I have done a lot of work to change it and be part of the community and do what's right and atone for my sin. I'm able to talk about it because God doesn't hold grudges. I didn't do anything so egregious that you can't be forgiven.
You know what? I think we should do a reality show because you bring that up. I think you call it like, you know, real life troll, and you bring in these trolls who talk smack on the internet, but you bring them into like a one-on-one room. Like here you go. Here's your one-on-one space.
That would work out real good for them.
No, nothing. Go ahead and say everything. And after they piss themselves, you're like, okay, go away now. Because it's, oh my God. And I was reading through that, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. That's funny. That's ridiculous. But I'm like, oh my God. It's like, how do you have that much freedom? I don't even have that much freedom. I went today, you know, my day consisted of, I woke up, I did some yard work, and then I ate some pizza. I took a nap. I was tired. Like, where do people find the time to go and like, I'm going to sit here and write a thesis on Reddit? Like, have you never been laid in your life?
Well, like, one of them you can kind of tell who it is because he's all sus.
Oh yeah.
You know who the hell you are. Shut the fuck up. You know, I mean, we're not stupid. You know, you fat punk. But that's it. Who cares? You know, it's who gives a shit. The days
wait. I forgot about it because you were talking about video games earlier. So I say we got to make a Mortal Kombat game, but like just with us, and we'll put ourselves in there and like do some of the old school shit that we used to do. And I think we can. I think it's a moneymaker, man.
Like politely escort people to the door.
Yeah, politely. See how far you can get for distance. We used to have. Are you telling that we used to have the contest to see who could like chunk somebody the farthest? Like it was like the discus throw.
Y'all did. I was the headhunter. I just punched people. It was not. It just was my thing. I didn't like. I'd slap people a lot too, and slap them unconscious. Yeah, because I just didn't feel like I didn't have time for the bullshit. Wait,
were y'all fighting in the vehicle? What were y'all doing? Were y'all in Mexico and fighting in the vehicle?
Scorpion and Chief got into a fight on the highway as Loki
you stole
was
the cab.
driving.
And now you got in a fight with each other.
Yeah, they got into a fight in San Antonio. We're going down 35, and they're punching each other in the face in a Jeep Grand Cherokee. And Jack and me are trying to break it up, and Loki's trying to drive. And Loki's like, get these guys under control. He's swerving. And we're going 70 miles an hour down the highway.
I take it back. I do want some videos of these
really
times. Yeah, we need some videos of this.
I don't want any of that. We're good. I'm happy where I'm at in my life. So, Scream, I'm going to run, man. I'm going to get out of here, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully, we didn't scare you with the past. But my point is this: it's in the past, and there's nothing I did that's not. It's in the past. It's all over.
You're all normal
nothing that can't be forgiven. I didn't commit any unforgivable sins, and just a lot of ass whooping. That's all it was, and doing heavy drinking, and I haven't touched anything since 03.
It was community service.
Hard.
It wasn't ass whooping. It was community service.
Yeah,
performing a service for the community.
Attitude adjustments.
Adjustments for free.
Yes.
And so you actually did community service, though, didn't you?
I did a lot of different things. We're not going to get to that.
Because I remember you coming in like sunburnt as shit one summer because you were out there all summer picking up trash.
That's worse.
And my brother was in there doing some crap too. He had to go do community service or some crap. I don't remember what it was, but anyways.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let you run, man. It was good seeing you, man. Good talking to you.
All right, brother.
All right.
See you guys.
So that's Starscream. And I don't mean to freak anybody out or scare anybody. Like I said, to me, it is a testament that God can change even the hardest of men and hard hearts. He can take you from being, a very fallible and really and truly, you think you're tough and strong when you're that way, but you're really weak. You're just a weak person who I couldn't deal with things emotionally. I couldn't deal with things in a correct manner. So I resorted to physical violence in a time in my life where I didn't have a lot of options. I was living in my car at one point, and they had these backdoor fights. And I fought all the way to Louisiana. I would go and fight these people. Went to Vinton, and fought. And I'm not going to lie, I've wondered about this many times. And I was with your stepdad, Tony, and then I'm sure they've told you the stories, but there was a guy I thought that he looked like a caveman. I'm not joking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he was. He did not look completely human. I can tell you that. But the poor bastard kept getting up. And I often wondered about that guy, man. I mean, it was weird. It was really weird. But there, in that part of Louisiana, they have cockfights too.
Mm-hmm.
It was very common. They had dog fights and cockfights, and I was not a fan of the dog fights. I did not. The cockfights didn't really bother me back then. In those days, it would now. But the human fighting was, I went and I watched the human fights, just like I participated in them. I did a lot of amateur stuff in the MMA, but there was no money in it back then. You're just risking your life. I was 18-0. I knocked out like 12 people. But like I said, I mean, where was the money? There was nothing to be gained by it. I mean, and it wasn't until later on when they really started paying, for that to be. And by that point, I was like, I want to save my brain. I don't want to get punched in the head too many times. And most of the people that I dealt with and fought with were not good people. They were not good people at all. But it's all intent. And I didn't, I'm not going to say I was a righteous guy doing good things by beating up bad people, because I didn't know whether they were good or bad at the time. I just found out.
Yeah, you were a vigilante.
I just found out later on, oh, yeah, that guy did that. Wow. Well, I'm glad I beat his ass. But I can't sit up here and go, oh, well, I'm a good dude, man, because I beat these guys up or whatever. That's not the case. It is what it is, and you have to take responsibility for yourself and your own actions. And I have done that in spades. I have taken responsibility for not being the best man I could be in this planet. But when you guys came along, I did everything I could to change.
Yeah.
And I raised Zane, and I was already on the path to being a better person. Jesus, well, Smurfy just says it. Jesus changes your heart. I was going to say Jesus changes your life, but I mean, that's it. And people want to walk around in judgment of me and make videos and talk a bunch of shit. Go ahead. Who cares? You're perfect. You've never done anything. Well, I can say this. When my time comes, I would like for people to say that, you know what? This is a testament to God. He changed his life. He changed to who he once was. And he lived enough life for 10 men. But all with his world. And and I've learned a lot of things. I know the true nature of the reality of this world. Not everybody's ready to know it. And that's fine. You have the people that have the retardation. They're going to be who they are. And you can try to change them, but they're going to fight you because their demons on them are too strong. And they're so sad and pathetic. You watch them and you're just like, good grief, man, these people are pathetic. I mean, they are truly weak individuals. They attack you for no reason because there's something in them that's missing. It's not missing in me. I don't give a shit. I mean, I know what I've done. I'm very honest and open about what I've done. I'm not up here playing a character. I do that on the show, but you don't. Yeah. You play around, whatever. But I don't come up here and go, "Oh, time to be somebody else." No, this is who the hell I am. And everybody that deals with me, from my doctor to my mortgage broker, will tell you that this is who he is. This is the man I am. I don't pretend in front of my clients. I don't pretend in front of anyone. The same person I am on the show is who I am in front of my wife.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
just,
I think people might know you differently, but they still know the same person. Like I remember one time you had asked me, or you made a comment, like kind of like lamenting like a certain thought you had. You said like most people in my life who've known me for a long time, the first thing they think of, like the first thought that comes to mind whenever they think of me is like violence. And that's what
unfortunate.
And I don't like that. That's what I'm known for. But when you said that, I immediately couldn't relate. I mean, like I knew you were, you had a past and you were a physically capable person, but I didn't understand that on a personal level at all. And like I said something to you, and it wasn't to make you feel better, because I don't like sugarcoat things with you, because that does you a disservice, and you don't do that with me either. And we have that understanding. But like I said, I don't. That's not what I think. Like because I didn't grow up around that. Like I wasn't there to witness all that, to be around that. I said the first thing that I think of, the first thought that honestly comes to mind about you is wisdom. Because that's what I've seen. Like I wasn't there, for the past, but I was there for the when you demilitarized your life and shifted into being like a diplomat, we all
got to grow up.
Yeah,
it's time to grow up.
When you decided like it's time to put away these things and become a better man, like that's when I came into your life, and vice versa, you came into mine.
Yeah, it's funny because you asked me where I was, because you had seen me a few times.
Yeah, I had like 2 or 3 memories of you that were like faint and brief, but like you were always just kind of like the guy who was like, of him, but you don't see him. He doesn't come around. And I didn't know why.
Well, it was because you guys were, a liability.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they could get to you, they could get to me, and they would hurt you. And, so I, and if I would go to my mother's, I had to take like 10, 12 different routes and have somebody follow me because want them knowing where my mother lived or where my dad lived, and I couldn't let them know where y'all were at because then they could. Some people don't play by the same rules.
Yeah.
There's nice people that are whatever, normal people, whatever. Then there's the deviants,
Mm-hmm.
and there's different levels. There's some that are more honorable than others. They won't hurt women and children. That was me. If you were a dude, it didn't matter. But if you were a woman or a child, nobody's going to hurt you in my group. But the other gangs, groups, whatever you want to call them, the syndicates, they didn't give a shit. If they could get to you, they would. And they couldn't. They were too scared to come and get me, so they would probably try to do something around the people that I cared about. So I did the right thing, and I stayed the hell away.
Yeah, and I know for a fact that there's definitely more to the brain and less to the boot, and I'm not. I would never like downplay the physical prowess of you or any other guys from the past. But like, if we really get down to brass tacks, I mean, dude, a silverback gorilla can tear someone apart too. But so like it's like what value that, like, that shows you how much value that truly it's important to be strong and physically capable, but it's your mind that really
it's
really
put on
matters.
a pedestal, though,
and the mind the mind is what controls the body, and like in your mind you tell yourself, I need to get strong and learn these things, and but it all comes from the brain, from wisdom. Like all good things stem from that.
Yeah, I think
that's true power.
The sad reality is that that's put on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
It's given a premium in our society, which which it should not be. I don't know why a football player makes 100 times more than a teacher. I mean, it's a sad reality that we live in, but it's the truth. And a fighter nowadays makes a lot more money than somebody who's doing God's work.
Yeah.
But it's like Deuce was saying. He says if you're going to be, if your path is you love violence and you want to be, he's talking about being a fighter,
mm-hmm.
not being a deviant.
Yeah.
But he says then hit the road and go and learn from those that teach violence, and then go and do it. If that's he said if violence is your passion.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a little different for me. I wasn't just a guy that would fight. I was a guy that was doing all kinds of crap.
Yeah.
Fighting was the byproduct. It wasn't my main thing.
The fighting, the violence is what people find entertaining to watch, and so that's why it's put up on a pedestal. But the things that have true value in life, they're not entertaining to watch. They're not fun. They're not a spectator sport. Like whenever you talk to someone and you connect with that person and you develop a relationship and they become a friend, especially when you speak to someone who starts out defensive and maybe they count themselves as your enemy, but by the end of that conversation you turn them into a friend. That's truly what's valuable. That has more power than being able to just knock someone's head off. It's like developing meaningful relationships with people, and that's like one of your biggest strengths, and it's honestly like one of the most valuable things about you. It's like I think of that before I think of your fists or your.
Well, I'd hope so. I mean, you've only seen me fight a handful of times, so there's no reason for you to see it.
But like when you bring like when you talk to L.A. Marzulli from start to finish, that was a perfect show. Y'all nailed it, just knocked it out of the park. I was so proud, to see that. And or like when you bring on Rob Yox or Paul Wallace, like anyone with like a mind that they've spent their lives filling with knowledge, and then y'all, like, you don't miss a beat with them. You're on their level. That's what's impressive to me. Like one of those conversations is more valuable to watch and learn from than watching you fight 100 people.
Yeah. I just wish I would have had the opportunities when I was younger. You know, and I'm not blaming anybody, but I mean, there were people that could have helped me with my development and my growth. And I think the same thing happened to you, Anthony. This happened to you, Tony. Parents not doing what they were supposed to be doing. They're like the Beverly Hillbillies. They take the Rembrandt and they hang it in the garage. And it's a sad thing. It's a weird phenomenon. They always back the wrong horse. They spoil the shithead, rotten kid, and they give them everything. And then that kid becomes a horrible deviant, which has happened in our families. And it's then they end up, you're just like, dude, what in the hell? Why would you do this? Instead of taking care of the kid that's going to be, my mother always lamented that. She was like, you're the one that stepped up and took care of me and did everything, whatever. And she treated me the worst. And it wasn't just out of love for her. I loved her, but I was bitter and angry too. But it was a duty inside of me, a responsibility that's what you're supposed to do. Was I angry and resentful? Hell yeah, I was angry and resentful. Did I just despise the way that her and my dad treated me? Yeah, I did. Did I think that they should have stepped up and been better parents and helped me in my development? Yeah. Did they? No, they didn't. I lived in my car. Did you see them offering a helping hand? Fuck no. My dad is a typical, and I'm not saying typical because not all the boomer generation is that way, but he's one of the greedy ones, one of the greedy boomers who thinks that he's going to like take his money with him kind of guy, whatever. And I can't speak for his finances right now. I don't know. But I know that he always had money, but he wasn't going to give it to you. And he wasn't going to help you. Every now and then he'll help, do something, whatever. But then it was like, you get it thrown up at you later on. So you better, just pay him back so you don't have to ever, because he can't hold it on you. And my mother was the same way. And then, it was like this thing with y'all's parents where they should have done what they were supposed to do. They didn't. Like, I don't understand, Tony, you're like your dad is, you're his only son. I can't even imagine what the hell goes on in his head. Like, what is wrong with you? Same thing with you, Anthony. Is like, your dad now. He tried, but he's not well off. But I mean, I can't grasp the disconnect there of all your siblings. No offense to anybody else, and but you were the shining star and the oldest, and you should have been taken care of, which is what I did. Because I'm sitting here going like, hello, this is the kid right here. Why is everybody fucking with this other one?
Yeah.
Excuse my language, but it was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I love them truly, but I think that they don't like really truly know me. I mean, two of them, they want to and they try, and I think they will.
When the other two mock you behind your back, which is pathetic and ridiculous, and that's a sad reality. One in particular is lost, and I don't think there's much redemption that's going to be there. Sadly, and I don't give a shit if you're listening. It's the truth. I don't put much stock in him. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. But when you have someone who's spoiled and given everything, like my sister was.
Yeah.
And then when the crows come home to roost, that kid is not going to look after you because she didn't look after my mother. And then she robbed the house when it was over. And then stole things of mine too. And if you're listening, you did. That's the truth. People do these things. Now, what you can't do though is dwell on it and then let it rule your life and then ruin your life and you become angry and bitter and whatever. Now, am I upset? Yeah, I'm upset. But the fact of the matter is, not 2 weeks after my mother was dead, she was in Cancun or whatever the hell she was doing. And people see that. And they see that you're a fraud. And there's people that'll go around and say, oh, you ruined my reputation. You did this, you did it to yourself. All you got to do is by your works, by your actions, they will know you. And when you go and you do what you do, people are going to see that you're fake. You're a fraud. because you're not doing what you're supposed to do. You don't ever lift up anyone or try to help them, but yet you work at a church.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the world sees that and they think, okay, here are these fake Christians again. Look at the cabal that came after us.
It dissuades people from, from accepting Christ because they
think that that's how Christianity is.
Yeah.
And they're the ones over there like, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. And then everybody thinks this is how they are. They're hypocrites. They don't really walk the path. They're all fake. It's fake piety. And then they watch you and they pick apart every little thing you do and say so that they can run and tattle and tell everybody how bad and evil, big bad you are. Let's cut clips out and make little videos or whatever. Who gives a shit? At the end of the day, how many people are really watching you do this? You are wasting your energy for nothing. There are people who will never really know me, and I don't give a shit if they do. Because I look at them as something between an ant and a sebaceous cyst. I mean, somewhere in between there, that's where they are in my mind. So it doesn't matter. The people that matter are in front of me and my wife, and my brother, and those are the people like Scorpion. Those are the people that I care about, Starscream, Squid. Mm-hmm. My friends I've had for years and years and years and years. Willie, God rest his soul. Those are the people that matter to me. Their opinions matter to me when they would come to me and say, hey, look, maybe things aren't correct. Maybe you should do this, or I'd take their advice into consideration.
Yeah.
Not some holy rolling bigot. Circus comes to town. They play the lead clown. I mean, that's, it's what they are. I mean, and then they want to get up there and say things like, I don't give a shit what you say about me. Talk about me all day. Do you think this is a new arena for me? People were saying horrible things about me when I was downtown. My enemies were spreading rumors left and right. Left and right, they had rumors about me. I mean, some of the worst things you could possibly imagine. And then they would come out of supposed friends, too, that you thought were at least on your friendship level, But they say the most outlandish things, and all you can do is just say, you know what, God, I forgive them. You pray for them, and you move on. Doesn't matter. Because here at PRT, this is a different kind of animal. Nobody's seen anything like this. But you'll see.
It's definitely one of a kind.
Yeah, you'll judge us by our works because we're going to do good things. We're going to do great things. And I'm going to do everything I can to, do my part. I come here with as much humility as possible and try to give you something and share my knowledge and then, retell people's encounters best I can or have them come on. They can tell their encounters like they did tonight. And we have something amazing. But when you have a past, you can't run from it. You can't sit there and you don't have to glorify it either, but you just got to call it what it is. Right. And so you step up to the plate and say, look, these people aren't going to be able to hold this over my head because I'm not going to sit here and deny it. I don't give a shit what you say. I'm not going to, if you call it out and it's the truth, I'm going to say it's the truth. That's what it is. So go ahead, take your best shot. I don't care. They come up with the most outlandish shit. It's out of left field. And then they think, oh, we got them now. Whoopie-doo. My enemies thought that many, many times. The good thing about living correct is that you're free from all that. There's nothing to hide. You can turn over every rock and you say, hey, did you do this? Yeah, I did that. I did that. I've already admitted to all of it. So what are you going to do? What do you have? You have nothing. Did it help? Did it help your cause? No, it didn't. It just made people know that I'm more honest than you. And that's not a braggart thing. It's just the truth. Because what else is there? At some point, people are going to figure it out. You might as well just say it. You did it. And I was listening to a guy talk about his near-death experience, and when he said that they asked him questions, these beings of light, they asked him, Did you remember? He says, yes, I did. I remember it. He goes, I didn't deny it. I did it. I did those things. And there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Like, you don't know what kind of judgment you're going to be laid on. You just got to admit it because it's right there playing in front of you. So when the moment of truth comes, are you ready? I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if anybody really is. Mm-hmm. But all you can do is hedge your bets, I guess, the best you can, and what you know how to do, with your three-dimensional mind, and weigh the balance. And then with your heart, be truly sorry if you're capable of it. If you're not, God help you. Because you got to be sorry for every word that comes out of your mouth. And I've had a lot of them come out of my mouth. Anyway, enough of the seriousness. Tomorrow night, we're going to do what we do. It's going to be crazy. I got to tell this story. This guy has a story. Knock your socks off. Thank you to all the guests that came on. We did it. We didn't do it one at a time. We all just kind of went around and had a good time. We had people that came on and co-hosted, Tom Franklin and Starscream. And then, we had some of the people that were telling their stories and they co-hosted too. That's what makes the world go round, right? Like Starscream said, if we were all the same, we'd be very boring.
Yeah.
But here at PRT, we don't judge. We don't judge. We're not going to take anybody. I deal with it all the time. People will tell me a story and they'll be like, well, I was playing with a Ouija board. I decided to get a little crazy. And I just said, you know what? I'm going to put some chicken blood on this thing. Let's see what happens. When I was young,
That's the worst that could happen.
I had people that would pay me when I was a teenager to go to parties with them because there was these little preppy kids, and they'd be like, here's $20. Come watch my back. $20, 1990, 91. I mean, that was $20. I'd go there to the party and they'd be like, you see that big guy over there? He's going to beat your ass. And there's like 5 or 6 people. And you're like, hey, whoa. So I get we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. What are we doing? That's Wolf. He'll kick you in the balls. And you're like trying to talk him out of doing crazy things. Like, you see that cop over there? I'm going to spit on him. You're like, no, but you know what? Let's not do that. Let's do something else. You know what? Let's do something else. You want to play Scrabble? Let's play Scrabble. I like Scrabble. Because these people don't make good decisions, but I didn't judge them. I took their money, So if somebody calls you and tells you, look, I did some really stupid shit. I played with a Ouija board. Then I did it again. Then I challenged the ghost to my house. And I went to where I thought that they may have been buried, and I peed on that spot and then defecated and then vomited. And then
Jeez.
Then I jumped up and down and I challenged them and I told them, I know you and all your ancestors are burning in hell, you pagan pieces of shit. And then for some reason, weird stuff started happening. I don't know what.
No
I don't
idea
know why. I don't know.
Came out of left field.
I was coming back from eating my delicious Arby's, my piping hot delicious Arby's, and they slapped me upside the face with the bag. And you're like, wow, I don't know why that would happen. I have no experience with this. People do that. They do stupid shit. I mean, I didn't know that someone was buried in my backyard, but when I found the bones, I took them and threw them in a wood chipper, and then I peed on them. Ironically, I was haunted after that.
Weird things were happening. But they started haunting me because they were mad about the death.
They were all like, you killed me, ooh, whatever. It's like, wow.
Why are you bringing up the past?
Some people just live in the past, especially ghosts. Get over it. Franco Stagno says, Brett, does Josh email have that? What is it?
The email address is scrolling at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. There you go. Josh Turner at brtpodcast.com. Okay. Ace Banner says that sounds like the Poltergeist storyline. Yeah, exactly. And then they wonder why the hell they're haunted, All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow night. Thank you for tuning in. And sorry we got a little serious there at the end, but some things need to be said. I'll see you. Let's play us out of here.
Yeah.